Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Loretta Jones leads us to Price, Utah in the United States. With fewer than 9,000 residents according to the 2010 census, Price is the biggest city in Carbon County. The majority of its citizens own their homes, giving them a suburban feel. Price is a stunning area for outdoor activities and is well known for its cavernous gorges, expansive deserts, and intriguing rock formations. Statistics show that there is a roughly 1 in 56 probability of becoming a victim of crime in Price. Our story starts here, in this quiet village. Loretta Jones and her 4-year-old daughter Heidi Jones resided at 460 E 400 South in Price. She put in a lot of effort there to support herself and her daughter. She was young and single, but she gave everything she had for Heidi, who recalled all of their wonderful times together. Heidi's dolls and much of her childhood clothing were handcrafted by Loretta. Their wonderful life together would soon come to an abrupt end on the evening of July 30, 1970. Unaware that it would be the last time she would see her mother alive, Heidi bid her goodnight with a kiss on that beautiful July night. When Heidi Jones awoke on the morning of July 31, 1970, she discovered her mother, Loretta, dead on the floor of their living room. Heidi, too young to properly understand, stepped outside. There she noticed Sue Ann Hovert, her neighbor, excavating worms at her flat. Hovert asked Heidi what she was doing after noticing her beckoning her closer. In response, Heidi said, "I can't. I think my mommy is dead." When Hovert heard these words, she instantly stopped what she was doing and went inside with Heidi to see how things were going in Loretta's house. Hovert discovered Loretta laying face down, her back and hair matted in blood, and she was completely nude from the waist down. Police Chief Art Poloni arrived at the site after Hovert phoned the police. On July 31, 1970, at approximately 11:40 a.m., the police arrived and verified Loretta's death. The living room was covered in blood, and Loretta had been stabbed 17 times. Since there was no evidence of forced entrance, the detectives concluded that she had known her assailant. Additionally, Loretta had no defensive wounds, suggesting that she had not attempted self-defense throughout the assault. The medical examiner determined that Loretta had body fluid on her and that she had been slain by a short, narrow knife. Unfortunately, there were no CCTV cameras to record the events, and DNA testing was only in its infancy at the time. Investigators looked to Heidi for answers because a young girl was there in the house when the crime occurred. Heidi informed them that she was warned not to leave her room by her mother after she had put her to bed. She added that on the night of the murder, she didn't hear her mother struggle or scream. The detectives were alarmed by what she said, though. Heidi had told the investigators that Tom did it. "Tom killed my mom." As they searched the house during the investigation, the cops started looking for explanations. This notepad contained an entry from Heidi's grandma, who was recording whatever Heidi said at the time. When the body was recovered, Heidi told her grandma, "It was Tom that killed my mom." Later they located Loretta's diary, which had a name that sounded a lot like the one Heidi had mentioned, Thomas Egley. Before her death, Loretta dated Thomas for 2 months, according to the diary. They were only able to learn this about Thomas. The name that 4-year-old Heidi, who was asleep at the time of the murder, mentioned was the only other clue the investigators had to piece together the case, but the police soon had another lead to pursue. 10-year-old Kula Fennell, who lived 3 blocks from Loretta's home, was outside with her brother at 9:30 p.m. riding their bikes. As night fell, Kula's brother abandoned his bike and entered, and Kula chose to follow suit, leaving her bike outside. A man grabbed her from behind and covered her lips with his palm as she made her way to the main door. Fortunately, Kula was able to release her mouth from the assailant's hold and scream loudly. The man ran away in fear. Kula could see her assailant and the path he took. She informed the cops that he ran toward Loretta's residence. Since Thomas Egley was already a suspect in a murder investigation that same evening, his image was later included in a lineup at the police station. Thomas was taken in for interrogation after Kula identified him as the one who attempted to abduct her. The investigators thought Kula and Loretta's cases were connected. Thomas denied any involvement in either of the 2 occurrences when they questioned him about them separately on August 1, 1970. According to Thomas, he got a lift with other teens the night of the murder and was dropped off at a fast food restaurant in Price, where he ate hamburgers. Around 11:30 p.m., he claimed to have gone to Highway Rendezvous, a pub on Spring Lane Road, before returning home. He said that day, he didn't see Loretta. When the investigators went to the pub to inquire about if they actually saw Thomas that evening, the proprietor acknowledged seeing him. He had red spots on his shirt and appeared frightened and shaky, she observed. Thomas informed the detectives that since he had been painting all day, the red specks on his shirt must have been paint. The detectives took samples of Thomas's hair, blood, and fingerprints, as well as the clothes he claimed to be wearing that evening, regardless of what he stated. They felt they had sufficient grounds to arrest Thomas as a result, and they did. While Thomas and his fiancée, who was 8 months pregnant, were staying at a motel in Helper, Utah, Thomas was detained. However, prosecutors called witnesses who gave Thomas an alibi during the preliminary hearing on November 5, 1970. Since Thomas was known to have visited Loretta's house before to the occurrence, the prosecutors claimed that the fiber evidence resembled the rug she had at her house was insufficient. However, Thomas was charged with attempted kidnapping and jailed for 90 days after Kula Fennell named him as the man who attempted to kidnap her. In 1971, Thomas relocated to Rockford, Colorado, following his parole. For years, however, Loretta's case remained unresolved. After her mother passed away, Heidi had to cope with the trauma. Her grandma, who had taken her in right away after her mother passed away, would listen to her talk about the incident. She kept saying to her grandma that she didn't think Tom killed her mother. Her grandmother kept a journal in which she recorded everything Heidi said. Heidi added that Tom was cruel to Loretta and would frequently strike and slap her. The grown-ups in the family eventually sought to dissuade Heidi from talking about the incident and try to help her forget it. Heidi never forgot what had happened to her mother in 1970, even if she stopped talking about it. As Heidi got older, she realized that Loretta had to have suffered through the attack in order to keep her safe. Heidi decided that she owed her mother justice as a result, and she would obtain it for her. Heidi never forgot her mother's case, even if decades went by and she moved on with her life. Even though she still had a soft spot for her mother, she didn't advocate for the case to be reopened, until one day, after being inspired by the television program Unsolved Mysteries, she launched a large letter campaign, writing to the Carbon County Sheriff, Price City Police Department, and FBI. She wrote letter after letter, but none of them answered. David Brewer, a friend from high school, responded to a social media post made by 43-year-old Heidi in 2009. After a while, the two got back in touch, and Heidi found out that David was collaborating with the Carbon County Sheriff. Heidi saw this as a chance to revive her mother's case. In order to talk about her mother's cold case, she deliberately ran into David at a local arts festival. As David heard Heidi's story, he was struck by her tenacity and shocked that he had never heard of it throughout their high school years. Heidi told the story of how her mother kissed her goodnight, and then, when the door to her room opened, she told her not to leave, as though she knew something terrible was about to happen. She described how she thought her mother had been murdered by Tom. Despite her hazy recall, Heidi vaguely remembered what appeared to be Tom forcing her mother to have sex with him or stabbing her, but she missed her mother's cry. David chose to assist after hearing her story. At last, Loretta's case was reopened. The odds were stacked against David Brewer when he began working on the case. He attempted to use the crime files, but they were no longer there. He just had Heidi's hazy recollection and previous media attention. For additional interrogation, David located Thomas, who was residing in Rockford, Colorado. In response to his question concerning the evening of July 30, 1970, Thomas described his meals and activities for the day, but stated that he was unable to recall Loretta's name. Although David was certain that Thomas might be the murderer at that very moment, he was forced to depart without making an arrest, since there was insufficient evidence to indict him. In order to question her, David Brewer also located Thomas's ex-girlfriend, Marcia Hidalgo. When Thomas arrived home late on the night of the murder, Marcia informed David that he immediately showered while still clothed. When Thomas got home from the laundromat the following day, a number of his clothes were gone. Marcia claims that Thomas told her that he gave hamburgers to a woman and her daughter when she questioned him about his whereabouts. Despite his inability to understand the material, David grew increasingly certain that Thomas killed Loretta. Exhumation was the final remaining choice after David had exhausted all other options. After David expressed his opinions, Heidi unexpectedly stated that she would even fetch a shovel to dig the grave herself if it would bring justice for her mother. He wasn't sure how Heidi would feel about exhuming her mother's body. Heidi sobbed several times as they carried out the exhumation, but when the body was excavated, they found that the entire body had been ruined by water, which prevented them from getting the necessary evidence. In spite of this, they inflated the results for the public, saying they had discovered fresh evidence that offered a lead. After the news spread widely, David soon got a call from a woman named Linda. Linda clarified that she made the decision to contact the detectives after recalling the details of the exhumation she had seen on television. She informed David Brewer that Loretta had used her blood to write the murderer's name. David was shocked and inquired as to how she knew this, given that the police had forbidden anyone from entering the scene of the incident. Linda clarified that throughout her high school years, when the murder occurred, she resided at Heidi's grandma. Heidi's grandfather instructed Linda and one of Heidi's aunts to go to Loretta's house and pack Heidi's things the day following the event. Linda claimed that after the police let them in, she spotted a capital T and a O with her own eyes. This was a significant development in the case, but they required a picture of the crime scene to support their claims. David visited with Heidi and gave her the update. He complained about how difficult it was to locate any pictures of the crime scene because they were all gone. Heidi instantly recalled that a picture might be in a box of items her grandma had stored for so long. Everything connected to the case, including the notebook in which her grandmother recorded everything Heidi had said about the case, was discovered when they searched her grandmother's home for the box. The picture of Heidi standing close to her mother's body shape was the most eye-catching thing. Although the image was unsettling, it ended up being really helpful. The letters T and O were in Heidi's and her mother's blood in the picture. David Brewer started assembling the pieces. He noticed in the journal that Heidi had talked about how cruel Tom had been to her mother and how she had informed everyone that Tom was to blame. The most significant detail was that while fighting for her life, Loretta was attempting to write her killer's name with her blood, but she was only able to write O. Despite this picture, the detective still needed more to apprehend Thomas Egley, who was now thought to be Tom. The case was put on hold once more until someone made the decision to assist. Lisa Carter, claiming to be Thomas Egley's neighbor, called the police department. She claimed that after watching the exhumation film, Thomas came up to her and asked if she could monitor his dogs because the police could soon face him. Lisa Carter volunteered to assist in the investigation since she thought Thomas was Loretta's murderer. In order to obtain Thomas's confession, she asked to wear a recording device. After the cops gave their approval, plans were formed. Lisa lied to Thomas, claiming that her husband had been in Utah undergoing detective training. She informed Thomas that he had already been mentioned as the murderer of Loretta Jones. Thomas was shaken by these remarks, but he held off on confessing right away because he still didn't trust Lisa. On July 26, 2016, 2 days after earning Thomas's trust, he started discussing the events of the evening of July 30, 1970, with Lisa. According to Thomas, Loretta opened the door when he knocked. He felt unworthy after Loretta rejected his assertion that he was in her home for intimacy. He claimed that after Loretta returned from leaving him in the living room to fetch something from the kitchen, he grabbed a little knife and stabbed her. Thomas proceeded to have sex with Loretta after stabbing her, saying it was consensual. After Loretta denied, a perplexed Lisa questioned how it was consensual. However, Thomas responded that Loretta never declined him during that period. When she questioned him what happened after, he replied that he slit Loretta's neck because he had lost it all after becoming intimate with her. Lisa claims that Thomas expressed all of this without expressing regret for his actions. He seemed to be concerned exclusively with his personal security. The investigators only needed the confession to take Thomas into custody. Thomas Egley is not well recognized. Caroline Kendall, Loretta's sister, claims that she was only aware of Loretta's one blind date with Thomas. Loretta informed Caroline that she didn't want to interact with Thomas since she didn't like him. That's why Loretta turned down Thomas's approaches that evening. Thomas Egley, 76, was a local vagrant who had lived in a variety of locations both before and after killing Loretta. His home life was never steady. He had been married 3 times and lived with numerous women. The majority of his time was spent alone, despite having 5 children. Thomas Egley was charged in August 2016 with both forced intimacy, a first-degree felony, and the legal equivalent of first-degree criminal murder in the 7th District Court. Criminal homicide or murder in the second degree was Thomas's formal charge. At the time, Utah law considered murdering to be a statutory violation. On August 18, 2016, Thomas was apprehended without incident near Rocky Ford, Colorado, pursuant to a $1 million 0-cents warrant. Thomas's assault case was withdrawn after he entered a guilty plea to the murder. On November 22, 2016, he was subsequently given a sentence of 10 years to life. A written statement given by his lawyer, David Allred, stated that Thomas was sorry for what he had done, although it didn't seem to be genuine. Other than that, Thomas never expressed regret. Thomas stated in court that he couldn't understand why the deceased's family decided to restart a case from 46 years ago, even though he felt he should be released because he hadn't committed any crime since killing Loretta. Even after 46 years, Thomas didn't appear to regret what he had done. Thomas claims that when he killed Heidi's mother, he was unaware that she was present. Because Loretta was aware of this, she never resisted or yelled as he was stabbing her. If Thomas had known Heidi was present, he probably wouldn't have spared her. He protested to the judge after being sentenced that he didn't like his incarceration, which was Salt Lake County's state prison, since it didn't let him have visitors. He might appeal, the court informed him. Heidi, who suppressed her pain for more than 40 years, had the chance to express her entire thoughts to the person who killed her mother. She talked about how painful her mother's passing was, and how she hoped Thomas Egley would stay in prison and never have to see his loved ones again. Even if he were eligible for parole after 10 years, she also promised to ensure that he never walked free. Heidi referred to it as justice, even though others called it closure, claiming that nothing could provide her with the relief and closure she required. For her, it was crucial that justice was done. As this tragic tale of Loretta Jones's passing draws to a close, we are reminded that not all wounds, particularly those of the heart, can be healed with time. Additionally, we are reminded of the evil that exists inside our nature. We are left with the intriguing question of why Thomas Egley decided to orphan Heidi at such an early age, given his clean slate with the law. Before we leave, I would like to ask you a brief question. How did you feel about the way Loretta's case was initially handled? Considering everything that was accessible to them at the time, do you believe that law enforcement could have performed better? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Detective Jeremy Ogden from the Hobart, Indiana Police Department gazed upon a manuscript that had kept him busy for months. It revealed an emotionally wrenching tale involving 53-year-old Christopher Reagan's tragic story. Born in Detroit, Michigan, and receiving his education there, Christopher decided at the age of 20 to join those willing to protect their country by enlisting as an active duty soldier. Upon being accepted into service with honor and devotion by standing guard over citizens' peace, he forever changed his destiny with his choice to join. Christopher was sent to a military base near Marquette. While there, fate brought Christopher together with Terry from Iron River. Their friendship developed over time after meeting as young people often do on city streets. Shy people may hesitate to say hello, but they eventually began walking together and became closer friends over time. They remained close for years since Christopher's service prevented any chance for more meaningful relationships to form between them. At one point, Chris decided to leave military service and move to Traverse City, located nearby but far from where his beloved lived. But this did not become an obstacle to their feelings. On the contrary, communication became even stronger between them. Christopher proposed to Terry that they start an extended romantic relationship, knowing each other for years but never violating any boundaries or ethical rules. She readily agreed, and their long-distance romance began shortly afterward. Soon enough, Christopher and Terry realized they shared many interests, from appreciating nature to preferring an organized lifestyle to yearning for peace. Iron River became their ideal location, and they decided to move together. Christopher moved in with Terry while finding employment at a factory producing parts for military ships, Soon enough, he even had subordinates who reported directly to him. Life was finally looking bright. But after 2 years, complications arose in their relationship, with passion slowly diminishing as Christopher and Terry failed to address its difficulties. It eventually became evident that this could not continue, and they took the difficult decision to part ways peacefully and remain friendly toward each other. Christopher realized he could no longer continue living at Terry's house, so he decided to rent his own place instead. As time progressed, Chris realized he wanted a change of scenery as well. Iron River seemed too small, so Chris began looking for more dynamic cities like Asheville in North Carolina. Fate presented Christopher with the chance to start over and embark on an entirely new chapter of life. Not only would Asheville provide him with job opportunities, but it would also offer picturesque natural attractions, perfect conditions to launch himself into life anew. Christopher told Terry on October 14th that he had taken off work due to a doctor's appointment, suggesting they meet and go for a walk as they often did while living together. Christopher then proposed they meet later that afternoon and join her. Terry became worried when Christopher failed to contact her after October 15th and didn't return any calls or text messages from her girlfriend, Terry. Concerned for Christopher, Terry reached out to mutual friends, but they knew nothing. 10 days later, she filed a police report regarding Christopher's disappearance. Terry filed a report, but police quickly comforted her, assuring her that people often disappear for periods of time, only to return at some later point, sometimes even ending up somewhere new. Additionally, Terry revealed to police officers that Christopher had recently received a job offer in North Carolina. For them, this was another indicator that Christopher may have reached his new residence and begun living a completely different life after having cut all ties with the past. Investigators quickly launched an extensive investigation to disprove speculations. To do this, they identified Christopher's newly hired company and spoke to one of its employees to discover any information regarding Christopher. However, none could be obtained as Christopher hadn't shown up at work for over 10 days. Police speculated he might have been injured due to frequent trips outdoors alone. Search forces headed into nearby woods looking along routes Christopher had used. Specially trained dogs were deployed, yet no sign of Christopher was ever discovered. Terry suggested visiting Christopher's former apartment to ensure no accident had taken place, or perhaps find any traces that may give an idea as to his current whereabouts. Agreeing with her suggestion, investigators went directly to his former place of residence. They were shocked at what they found: items scattered across the floor and closet doors open. Their initial thought was likely Christopher was just being disorganized. However, Terry quickly dismissed this theory, asserting he wasn't as messy. Detectives began to suspect that all these circumstances might be linked to Rand's disappearance. So, after inspecting her home, it was decided to expand their search efforts and locate him on an even wider scale. Police searched carefully through the neighborhood, before eventually discovering Reagan's car outside the city limits, about 8 miles from Iron River. Since it appeared unlikely, he left it there intentionally. One door needed to be broken open for entry into it. At first, there was nothing suspicious in the vehicle's interior. On its seats were ordinary clothes typically found among locals: a hat, coat, and gloves. But one of the policemen noticed something peculiar on the front passenger seat: a small piece of yellow paper bearing an illustrated map describing an itinerary for travel. No specific addresses were indicated, only an itinerary, so they decided to follow it closely. Terry explained to Christopher that despite living in Iron River for years, he still hadn't learned the names of streets and roads, so he wrote down directions like turning at a bus stop or passing gas stations as guides for navigation. Terry noted that Christopher had indicated in his notes that this was his first trip to this location. Terry and her colleagues followed the route indicated on a piece of paper and stopped in front of a house listed in Christopher's notes before heading toward their final destination in a neighboring town. Investigators knocked on the door. They needed to establish who lived there and why Christopher had traveled this way. Jason Cochran was surprised when uniformed men appeared outside his home. Shortly afterward, his wife Kelly appeared. and they were informed by officers of Christopher Reagan's disappearance, that his abandoned car contained a piece of paper that pointed toward this address as part of their investigation. Kelly candidly revealed that she and Christopher worked at the same plant and were close. Although they hadn't spoken since mid-April, Kelly did manage to reconnect with Christopher in mid-June. Kelly Cran attempted to reach Chris via text messages between September and October, but received no reply. She assumed he had moved to North Carolina in search of employment, or possibly due to health concerns. Kelly also mentioned Christopher was having health problems and may have decided to start over somewhere new. When investigators found an address written down on a piece of paper found in Christopher's car, they became confused. Nonetheless, the couple remained willing to cooperate in any investigations that came their way. After brief questioning at Christopher's home, without finding what they needed, detectives decided to head out. Their next phase involved speaking with Christopher's co-workers at work before proceeding to interview workers and supervisors at his factory. One supervisor made mention of an affair between Christopher and Kelly Cochran, a rumor circulating among workers. After hearing this claim, investigators decided to re-interview both parties involved so as to gain clarity as to their true natures and establish exactly what had transpired between them. Kelly ultimately acknowledged her affair with Christopher, but could not tell him due to Jason being present. According to Kelly, their open relationship was fine, with Jason being aware of any such affairs on the side. However, discussing such sensitive topics might hurt his feelings and be painful for both parties involved. Christopher's co-workers refuted Kelly's statements, claiming Jason approved of their affair or there being any loose connections among their family, as she claimed. Jason followed Kelly into the police office, and their conversation revealed his opposition to Kelly's infidelity vehemently, thus making him an obvious suspect. However, due to a lack of evidence linking Jason with Christopher's disappearance, it became impossible for officers to conclude anything conclusively against Jason or Kelly. They had no choice but to release both from detention. The investigation continued for 5 months, without yielding any clear resolution of its mystery. On March 5, 2015, Hobart Police Department Detective Jeremy Ogden took on the case immediately and began actively working it. Ogden began by conducting a comprehensive analysis of Kelly Cochran and Jason Cochran's history, meeting in high school before moving in together post-graduation. Their personalities couldn't have been any more different. Kelly was open and loved talking, while Jason preferred listening more than starting conversations first. Despite these differences, Jason and Kelly decided to marry. Following their wedding, the two started their own company providing swimming pool maintenance services. It was modest, but provided them with a decent income. Most of Jason's pool maintenance duties fell upon his shoulders until overwork and strain took its toll. Jason began experiencing back problems and felt heavier every day. Eventually, Kelly took over running the business, when it became clear he couldn't continue running it himself. Though this period proved challenging, she remained hopeful that Jason would soon recover and resume his duties once more. Kelly searched for ways to help Jason recover since medical drugs weren't providing enough relief. One day she learned of a plant that offered hope for Jason's recovery. Unfortunately, its use in medical practice hadn't started yet and wasn't available everywhere they lived. It had even been banned in their state. To get this drug, they moved from Florida to Michigan's Iron River Township. Jason could visit his doctor and receive his prescription for this miracle plant. Suddenly, his agony would finally end. Early in 2014, a plant that specializes in manufacturing parts for U.S. warships hired 34-year-old Kelly Cochran, who had moved with her husband Jason. Kelly made every effort to secure financial well-being for herself and Jason. Therefore, they accepted employment at Christopher Reagan's plant, where Kelly also worked. Over time, Christopher and Kelly discovered commonalities of conversation that helped foster their friendship. This proved particularly vital, as Christopher had recently experienced difficulty with Terry in his relationship. After reviewing all available evidence, the prosecutor made a strong argument to a judge in Michigan in support of obtaining a search warrant for Cochran's residence. After successfully receiving a ruling from the judge on March 5th, She sent investigators straight away on March 6th to locate Cochran's address. Searches were carried out of the Cochran home with extreme care, looking for any signs that Kelly and Jason may have played any part in Christopher's disappearance. Unfortunately, all efforts proved futile. The only significant discovery was a book written by Jason under a pseudonym from video gaming culture. Although its title may cause amusement, its content was truly disturbing. Jason detailed horrific murder scenes of everyone who had wronged him. One character matched up perfectly with Christopher as they read through this dark and violent work. Suspicion increased surrounding Jason. Perhaps his crimes weren't made up, but instead stemmed from actual incidents he had committed himself. With these concerns in mind, investigators decided 3 weeks later to conduct another search of the Cochran house, hoping to unearth the evidence missed during their previous search. When police officers drove up to their home, they noticed no vehicles present and that both the yard and driveway were empty, as no answer came when knocking at their door. No one answered the door when knocked. As soon as Kelly and Jason had left town after the initial search, they moved quickly into Indiana, prompting investigators to become concerned they might never find evidence they needed for months, especially DNA samples of suspects like Jason Cochran. Michigan police officers reached out to their Indiana counterparts, asking them to collect samples instead, prompting Indiana officers to head toward Cochran's new address to take DNA samples instead. Ready to assist their Michigan colleagues, Indiana officers then traveled directly to Cochran's new address, where DNA samples would be taken before heading directly toward Jason, Cochran's new address. The couple didn't object, seeing no legitimate basis to charge them with murder, nor evidence of Christopher Reagan. Meanwhile, investigation gradually disbanded, leaving little hope of solving his disappearance. Time passed until, on February 22, 2016, an alarming phone call arrived at Hobart Police Station from Kelly Cochran, who was clearly distressed over what had transpired. She attempted to explain that Jason wasn't breathing, but her emotions rendered it impossible for her to provide concrete details. Rescuers arrived quickly on the scene where Kelly attempted to prevent doctors from treating Jason due to her extreme terror and panic. Soon enough, however, it became evident that Jason no longer required assistance. Sitting in a chair, with his face lit up like it had been from extreme overheating, doctors were forced to confirm his death and send his body for forensic examination, while Kelly was handed over to a police patrol who took her back home with relatives living nearby on her street. Investigators were determined to ascertain what had transpired, so they conducted a search of Cochran's new home and discovered evidence in the form of a syringe needle at the foot of the marital bed. After inspecting Jason's body, an investigator concluded that his death was due to illegal drug abuse. However, this report came as a shock for detectives. Jason had an excessive amount of illegal substances in his system. However, the results from forensic tests indicated something more disturbing. His death had been caused by strangulation, as evidenced by bruises on his neck and face. So Jason, who had been suspected of kidnapping Christopher Reagan himself, became himself the victim of crime. This revelation raised new questions and necessitated a thorough re-examination of evidence. Immediately thereafter, forensic specialists turned their focus onto Kelly Cochran, whom many suspected as being linked to both incidents. She became suspect not only for Christopher's disappearance, but also in her husband's murder. The investigation became even more complex. On February 23, 2016, Kelly Cochran was summoned to testify in Jason's murder case at the police station. Investigators directly interrogated her about her possible involvement in his death and whether she administered excessive doses of illegal drugs to him. Regardless of the lack of concrete evidence and pressure from investigators, this young woman did not confess to either the murder of Jason or the kidnapping of Christopher. Investigators were unable to find sufficient proof of Kelly's guilt and were unable to arrest him, leading Detective Jeremy Ogden on a trail that eventually brought him face-to-face with Walter Hammerman, one of Jason's closest allies. During this investigation process, Detective Ogden met up with Walter Hammerman. Walter immediately ran to the police upon hearing of Kelly's shocking story of Jason's tragic death from illegal drugs. emphasizing how close they were. Walter assured his partner that any changes would certainly have been communicated. Jason had been taking medicinal herbs with the sole aim of relieving his back pain for quite some time now, yet Walter noticed his friend had fallen into an unstable situation recently. In March last year, Jason revealed his concerns with him regarding travel arrangements to Indiana, due to Iron River police involvement in a disappearance case. All this had had a lasting, impactful impression upon Jason. Walter witnessed Kelly become severely depressed and attempted suicide, necessitating medical intervention and therapy. Walter noticed a distinct change in Kelly's behavior, as he took more control over his life. Jason seemed on edge, while in the past, the boys could spend hours playing video games together. Now he would avoid parties whenever his wife returned from work. This information became crucial in understanding what was transpiring within the Cochran family. After learning that Jason had died by strangulation, Detective Ogden devised an intricate plan to force Kelly Cochran to reveal the truth regarding Christopher Rian's fate. Walter, Jason's close companion and close ally, was chosen as bait, intended to lure Kelly into an incriminating trap and cause her to make mistakes that could potentially compromise Christopher Rian. Walter accepted a difficult role within this investigation, while playing out this performance before Kelly Cochran. On March 12, 2016, Walter called Kelly while under surveillance by police officers with listening devices, intending to present her with a letter purporting to come from Jason that contained something important and urgent. Walter explained to Kelly that Jason gave this letter shortly before his death, with instructions not to open it and send it immediately to police should anything occur. This came as quite a shock, both to Walter and to those watching over their situation. Yet even with this development, detectives had no direct evidence against her husband's killing. Investigators conducted numerous interrogation sessions with Kelly in an attempt to extract the truth. She denied her guilt throughout. On April 26, 2016, however, it became evident that Kelly Cochran had managed to slip away from their scrutiny. It seemed a mockery of justice, and detectives immediately joined forces with police officers from Iron River and Hobart in launching a federal manhunt against Kelly Cochran. Walter Hammerman was both shocked and alarmed that Kelly hadn't yet been apprehended. He worried she may get away with this crime once more and later attack him in return. Her phone had also been disconnected as though she were playing a cat-and-mouse game with the police. Detective Jeremy Ogden managed to piece together, after 2 long and hectic days of trying, that Kelly Cochran had managed to avoid detection by fleeing to Kentucky's Wingo town, more than 6 hours away from Hobart. On April 28th, Kelly was located at her cousin's house by police officers who issued the same warning. As soon as they received this information, an arrest team quickly proceeded to the house, knowing Kelly could be dangerous and likely attempt to flee. They moved swiftly without warning, and Kelly was apprehended and taken into custody that afternoon. Later that same evening, Detective Ogden arrived in Wingo, where he resumed interviews with suspect, alongside investigators from Indiana and Michigan. Once I spoke with Kelly Cochran, everything became crystal clear. Christopher Rian and Kelly's relationship went deeper and further than anyone imagined. Kelly truly loved him and dreamed of leaving this cursed city together and starting a new life together. But everything changed on October 13, 2015, when Jason learned about her cheating. They began fighting, and Jason remembered their wedding night pact whereby anyone found out cheating would be required to kill their partner as punishment. Kelly asserted that she never intended to take their agreement seriously. It had always seemed more like a joke to her. Jason warned Kelly if she didn't keep her vow, threatening that he would carry it out himself if necessary. Although Kelly didn't wish for this responsibility, she nevertheless helped Jason commit a horrifying crime. On October 14, 2015, Christopher Rian traveled to Kelly Cochran's house, hoping to take full advantage of their first meeting. Rian wanted every moment to count, their encounter, and every memory he would create together with Cochran. Kelly took full advantage of his absence from home to offer him dinner and an intimate time together. All plans went according to plan. Their evening promised to be memorable. After dining together on the first floor of Kelly's house, According to Kelly, they moved up onto the second. But their solitude was abruptly interrupted when Jason burst in with a rifle in hand, panicked and terrified. Christopher quickly recognized he was trapped, while Jason took aim and fired one shot directly at Christopher's head without delay. Chris was mortally wounded by Jason's bullet and died instantly. Following this event, Jason instructed his accomplices to bring Christopher's body down into the basement, where they dismembered it with a hacksaw. Eventually, all his limbs and head had been severed from its torso. The perpetrators then placed Christopher's remains into several trash bags before disposing of them by dumping them in the woods near Crystal Falls Village. Christopher's car was moved away to avoid suspicion, while they thoroughly cleaned Christopher's house to erase evidence of crime. They had become accomplices in an awful crime. Kelly Cochran was open about her involvement in Jason Cochran's tragic death, saying the plan to commit the act came about after learning of Kelly having had an affair and Jason becoming jealous that Kelly had chosen someone else as his partner. According to Cochran, this idea of revenge came when Jason learned of Kelly having another lover and decided on taking drastic measures against Kelly in revenge for what had transpired between them. Kelly wanted revenge against Christopher for taking away their happiness together and feeling betrayed by Kelly's spouse. Kelly revealed how deeply in love with Christopher she was and felt that his absence had prevented them from living life fully. Kelly struggled to cope with both her loss and its accompanying pain on a daily basis. Kelly loathed Jason for forcing her into doing what he forced her into, realizing she couldn't continue living peacefully with it. An opportunity presented itself when Jason complained of backache on February 22, 2016. Kelly decided it would be time for action against Jason. Kelly convinced Jason to give her an overdose of medication. Unfortunately, however, its effects weren't instantaneous, and Kelly covered his mouth and nose with her hands to ensure suffocation occurred before squeezing his neck to make sure Jason was dead, thus leading to bruised body parts on him. Kelly Cochran provided testimony that assisted law enforcement authorities to identify where Christopher's remains were buried. On May 18, 2016, Detective Jeremy Ogden, along with investigators and canine team, went to a site near Crystal Falls Village. This rarely visited neighborhood had become the site of an astonishing mystery. A team of investigators set off a thorough search around Lake Erie's surrounding woods, penetrating between trees to ensure no spots had been missed. One of their canine dogs suddenly sensed an odor and led the officers toward it. Officers were following the dog closely, expecting to discover something soon. Instead, it led them to an unassuming hill, covered with fallen leaves and branches. Upon clearing this area, investigators found objects including what looked to be human remains, unmistakably identifiable skulls. On closer examination, it was evident that Christopher Reagan had been murdered. A bullet hole attested to this. Investigators knew they had found Christopher's severed head. Additionally, there was evidence such as a .22 caliber bullet and broken gun found at the scene, as well as glasses belonging to Reagan that may have belonged to her. Dental records helped identify his remains, solving an investigation that had perplexed investigators for 2 years. Kelly Cochran was officially charged with murdering Christopher Regan and Jason Cochran in April 2016. On February 13, 2017, Michigan State Court officially arraigned this 34-year-old individual in Michigan State Court. The prosecutor noted Kelly was significantly reduced her role by being behind both crimes. Christopher only saw Kelly as a casual companion. Kelly, however, genuinely loved Christopher and planned for their future together. Christopher's refusal of her romantic advances resulted in fury, and Kelly decided to kill him by fabricating a story of an alliance between herself and Christopher's brother-in-law. Kelly confessed in court, yet presented another version. As per her allegations, she had been subject to abuse at the hands of her jealous husband, who orchestrated this act of violence. On November 9th, he hid in their basement and caught their lovers off guard before seizing an opportunity and using it as an excuse to grab a weapon in a fit of anger and shoot Christopher. Jason suggested dismembering Christopher Regan's body, and Kelly agreed by being threatened to kill Jason Cochran When presented with this new version of events, however, the jury began questioning Kelly's guilt. After 3 hours of deliberation, they reached their verdict of premeditated murder of Christopher Ryan, resulting in life imprisonment without parole for Kelly and 65 years for Cochran. Kelly Cochran was taken directly from the courtroom and sent directly to Crown Point Correctional Facility in Ypsilanti, Michigan, where she is serving her sentence with only regrets regarding her personal life. Kelly stated in one phone interview, "I tried my best at doing what was expected, from school through college and marriage, but ultimately all my efforts went in vain. All I ever did was work, while my husband entertained himself with computer games." At prison, Kelly Cochran continues to reveal details of her crimes and claims she and Jason committed additional offenses. Christopher was just one of their many victims. Unfortunately, due to Kelly not disclosing additional crimes committed or victims she claims existed at this point in time, it's difficult for anyone to corroborate Kelly's statements. Her brother heard from Kelly that there may have been others, yet there is no concrete proof to back that up yet. Detective Jeremy Ogden from Hobart, Indiana Police Department is carefully scrutinizing every aspect in hope of uncovering clues or uncovering evidence pointing towards any additional crimes committed by either of Kelly or Jason Cochran. Hopefully, it can close another chapter in this twisted tale. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Today, we will examine a case that unfolded in Minnesota in 2013. Kira Steger, a 30-year-old store clerk at a clothing store in the Mall of America, was known for her dedication to her job. She had never missed a shift. So when she didn't show up for work on February 23, 2013, her coworkers grew concerned. They attempted to reach Kira, but received no response to calls or text messages. Consequently, they alerted the police that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982, in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was the daughter of Marcy and Jay Steger, who lovingly described her as a lively, dedicated, and sweet daughter. Kira had been employed at the Mall of America, working at 2 stores, Wet Seal, and more recently, Delia's. Her co-workers were not just colleagues, she considered them family. Kira had a unique ability to recognize people's strengths, even when they didn't notice them themselves. She had ambitious plans and dreams for a bright and serene future. Tragically, all those dreams vanished in an instant when Kira mysteriously disappeared on Thursday, February 21, 2013. On that day, she had a shift at work, and her coworkers reported that she seemed in good spirits, planning to enjoy a nice dinner with her husband after her shift. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino had met 3 years prior and had ignited a spark, leading to a romantic relationship and ultimately a wedding. Overall, they appeared to be a happy and stable married couple. Although they had occasional disagreements, these seemed minor and were kept within their private circle. Neither their relatives, friends, nor co-workers were aware of any serious issues. However, 2 days after Kira failed to come to work, on Saturday, February 23rd, her co-workers grew increasingly concerned as her behavior was atypical for her. She was known for her punctuality and strict adherence to her schedule. Unable to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no knowledge of her whereabouts. Jeffrey explained that Kira had left their home the previous morning and hadn't returned. He didn't find it particularly concerning since Kira had a history of occasionally disappearing for a day or two, staying at a friend's or relative's place unannounced. One possible cause for concern was the heavy snowfall that day, which could have resulted in difficulties on the road, such as her car getting stuck or her phone battery dying. Receiving no news from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. This mysterious disappearance shocked Kira's loved ones profoundly. Detectives immediately started working on Kira Steger's missing persons case upon receiving the report. Typically, investigations in such cases begin by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate vicinity. This case was no exception, and detectives visited Jeffrey's residence to speak with him. Jeffrey told the detectives that on Thursday, he and Kira had spent time together after work, having dinner, playing bowling, and eventually leaving the mall. According to Jeffrey, they went straight home as Kira intended to watch a movie. Jeffrey also mentioned that his wife left their house the next morning, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m., as she had a work event that required her presence. He didn't find her absence unusual, given her history of occasional disappearances. Jeffrey, however, did admit to some relationship problems over the past few months. He considered these disagreements to be minor, typical of any family. When the detectives asked if Kira might have had a lover or been staying with someone else, Jeffrey denied this possibility. He claimed to trust his wife and love her deeply. The investigators gathered information about Kira and her car, and they personally visited the Mall of America to verify Jeffrey's account. The mall, one of the largest in the world, is located in Bloomington, boasting 520 stores, theme parks, an oceanarium, movie theaters, a golf course, and more. Given its size, it had numerous security cameras. After reviewing the surveillance footage, detectives confirmed that Jeffrey's account held true. They observed that he met Kira after work, and they spent time together at the mall before heading to the parking lot and leaving. There were no signs of any arguments, and the evening seemed ordinary. However, the anxiety of not knowing Kira's whereabouts weighed heavily on her loved ones as each day passed without any news. Unable to bear the uncertainty, Kira's family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They distributed flyers with her pictures in an effort to raise awareness and garner public help. While Kira's family distributed flyers, investigators continued their efforts. During interviews with neighbors, officers noticed a surveillance camera at one neighbor's house, which partially captured the area around Kira and Jeffrey's home. They asked the homeowner to provide them with the camera footage in hopes of finding clues. Meanwhile, cell phone records provided a new lead. Kira had another man in her life besides Jeffrey, Ryan Wendt, who managed one of the stores she worked at. They had a significant and ongoing romantic relationship, as evidenced by frequent correspondence. Ryan was out of state at the time of Kira's disappearance, traveling towards Colorado. This raised questions for investigators. Was it a mere coincidence, or was there more to Ryan's sudden move? They had to find the answer, but they eventually cleared him of suspicion, as the timing of their text messages indicated he was not involved in her disappearance. Examining the video footage from the neighbor's surveillance camera became crucial for investigators. The camera's rapid rotation made it challenging to observe anything carefully. Still, they managed to capture a few seconds of Kira and Jeffrey's house. Jeffrey's account of their evening appeared to align with the footage. However, upon closer examination, they noticed Kira's car reversing into their yard shortly after 2 a.m., although the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant motion made it hard to discern details. Nonetheless, the car soon left the property. Jeffrey explained that he drove to a gas station because Kira had asked him to fill up her car before her morning commute. Surveillance footage confirmed his trip to the gas station around 3:30 a.m. Surprisingly, after leaving the gas station, Jeffrey didn't return home but instead headed towards the highway. The neighbor's camera didn't capture his return, but this could have been due to the camera's constant rotation. Investigators considered the possibility that Jeffrey might have returned home later when the camera was facing another direction. Further analysis of the footage showed Kira's Chevrolet leaving at 9:21 a.m., but it was impossible to determine the driver. A missing persons report had been filed on Saturday, February 23rd. On Monday, February 25th, the police received a call about a suspicious vehicle near the shopping center where Kira worked. Security guards at the multi-story parking lots had noticed a car parked there for several days and called a tow truck. Upon closer inspection, the tow truck driver found red smudges on the trunk lid and reported it to the police. It turned out to be Kira's white Chevy, containing a few small bloodstains. Inside her purse, they discovered divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. Additionally, a rolled-up trunk mat found in the snow behind the car was stained with Kira's blood, confirmed through DNA testing. This grim discovery suggested that Kira was likely no longer alive. It devastated her family and friends, as her last hope of seeing her again had faded. Many questions remained unanswered. How had she died? Had she suffered? And who could have harbored such resentment as to take her life? The absence of Kira's body made the situation even more difficult to bear for her loved ones. The detectives' top priority became identifying the person who abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m., and the mall's cameras captured it shortly after. Although there were no cameras in the parking lot where the car was found, one camera pointed towards the path leading to the car. This camera captured the arrival of the car, followed by the appearance of a hooded man. Given the cold weather, the hooded attire wasn't unusual. The man crossed the street, had a brief conversation with a taxi driver at a nearby stand, and then got into the cab. The police identified the taxi company based on the timing of the interaction and the license plate number. All the taxis in the parking lot were equipped with GPS tracking devices, allowing the police to determine that the hooded man's journey ended near Kira and Jeffrey's house. He paid cash and left the neighborhood, passing by the same camera that partially recorded the couple's home. 2 minutes later, another hooded man entered the frame. Although the footage had low resolution, they noticed a white logo on his hoodie. As they continued watching, the hooded man entered the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira was still missing at this point, making it highly likely that the hooded man was Jeffrey. With a search warrant secured, law enforcement officers headed to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary home, but upon closer inspection, forensic experts discovered dark red stains in the bedroom. Stains were found on the wall next to the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. Luminol revealed more hidden bloodstains on the carpet that extended from the bedroom into other areas of the house. Forensic analysis confirmed that it was Kira's blood, strengthening the investigators' belief that she was no longer alive. The police also examined Jeffrey's car but found no blood or signs of a struggle. However, they did discover something interesting. A gas station receipt in Jeffrey's car, issued an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was discovered in the mall's parking lot. The receipt showed that Jeffrey had used his card to make a purchase at the gas station, followed by a cash withdrawal from an ATM. To gather more evidence, detectives reviewed the gas station's security footage, which showed Jeffrey filling his car with gas, going inside the station, and withdrawing cash from the ATM. The footage briefly revealed his face, as well as a logo on his jacket that resembled the logo on the man seen in the earlier surveillance footage. Based on this new information and the evidence found in the house, Jeffrey Trevino, 39 years old, was arrested. He was taken to the police station for questioning and became the prime and only suspect in the case. During questioning, Jeffrey immediately invoked his right to remain silent, seeking advice from his attorney. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but locating Kira's body was crucial to further cementing his guilt. Everyone believed Kira was no longer alive. As the police, Kira's family, and volunteers conducted extensive searches, they made a disturbing discovery in late March. Near Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's house, volunteers found a peculiar bag by the roadside and contacted the police. Inside the bag were a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra, all linked to Kira through DNA analysis. Although divers searched the lake, they found no remains in the water. The area around the lake was also scoured multiple times using search dogs specifically trained to find bodies, yet their efforts yielded no results. After 2.5 months, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a troubling call. A caller reported seeing what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. Police retrieved the body, and dental records confirmed it was Kira Steger. Kira had suffered severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the exact cause of death could not be determined. With this new evidence, investigators sought to reconstruct the timeline of events leading to Kira's death and its aftermath. It was speculated that upon returning home and discovering Kira's romantic correspondence with someone else, Jeffrey grew increasingly angry. When Kira refused to show him the messages, he forcibly took her phone, resulting in a broken finger. As his rage intensified, he tragically took Kira's life and attempted to hide the evidence. Using Kira's car, he transported her body to the house, then later used the car to dispose of her remains in the river. He made a stop at a gas station and withdrew cash, knowing he would need to pay for a taxi after abandoning Kira's car at the mall. Returning home, Jeffrey attempted to create the impression that Kira had left on her own that morning and was fine. However, surveillance cameras foiled his plan. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino. His defense argued that the act was not premeditated and resulted from a heated and sudden argument sparked by the discovery of his wife's infidelity. Before sentencing, Kira's family members made statements in court. Her sister, Carrie Ann Steger, referred to Jeffrey as a calculated criminal and expressed that he deserved no mercy. Marcy, Kira's mother, pointed out that Jeffrey had shown her daughter no mercy and had discarded her like trash in a polluted river. Jay, Kira's father, emphasized that no punishment could ever compensate for the pain Jeffrey had caused their family. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino was sentenced to 27.5 years in prison. He became eligible for parole in 2031. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The body of 22-year-old Katie Sepich was discovered dead on the morning of August 31, 2003, next to a distant dump in the Las Cruces, New Mexico desert. Last spotted by pals departing a nearby house party, following a night of going out to bars. Her mother characterized her killer as a 22-year-old lady who was loud, lively, and intelligent. It would take almost 4 years to identify her. Carlsbad, New Mexico is where she was raised. Out of her 3 siblings, she was the eldest. After graduating from New Mexico State University with a business degree, Katie planned to enroll in graduate school to earn an MBA in the fall. She was employed at a nearby Mexican restaurant as a waitress. Katie was an extremely gregarious individual. She met Joe Bischoff while she was a student at the institution. They soon developed a more romantic relationship from their friendly one. Katie expressed her happiness with Joe to her mother, Diane. When Joe offered Katie a diamond ring a few months later, Katie understood that her dream of building a future with him could actually come true. There were issues in their relationship after Katie and Joe graduated from college in the summer of 2003. Joe went back to live with his parents in Gallup, New Mexico, a little town roughly 350 miles from Las Cruces, while Katie chose to continue her education at the university. Joe's departure caused Katie a great deal of distress. Even though their long-distance relationship was intolerable, they occasionally managed to get together. When Joe visited Las Cruces over Labor Day weekend in 2003, Katie was ecstatic. But their weekend together ended tragically. The date was August 30, 2003, a Saturday. After having a good time with Joe and his friends, Katie went from bar to bar until they arrived at a house party in the area, where she vanished. Katie's mother, Jay Ann, had a call the following day that permanently altered her life. My family woke up to the promise of a beautiful day. We had a house bursting with friends and family, and we were preparing to celebrate Labor Day weekend with a cookout. Then, at 2:15 that afternoon, the phone rang, and our lives were shattered with just 6 words. Have you talked to Katie today? Jay Ann later wrote about the morning she learned her daughter had vanished on August 31, 2003. My daughter Katie was brilliant, lively, vocal, and amazing. Our firstborn Katie brought joy and sunshine into every space. Her roommate wanted to know where she was, so he called. Even the nearby hospitals and all of her friends had been contacted, but Katie was nowhere to be found. Jay Ann was informed by Katie's roommate, Veronica, that Katie had left the party by herself that evening. In the house where the party was being held, Veronica and Joe dozed off. Katie was nowhere to be seen in the morning, despite their belief that she had gone home. Her relatives reported the disappearance to the police. A half-naked woman's body was found near to a desert landfill at the same time. The police officers who arrived at the scene came to the conclusion that the body had been laying there for little more than a day based on the exterior evidence, even though there were no documents close to it. Additionally, they recognized right away that the victim's death was not due to an accident. The victim looked to be between 20 and 25 years old. Since she was completely nude, the motivation behind this crime was clear. Her arms bore wounds from self-defense. She was scratching the assailant in an attempt to save her life. Under her fingernails were bits of the criminal's skin. Thus, the DNA sample of the individual who killed her was in the possession of the police. Her neck showed evidence of strangulation, which initially appeared to be the most likely cause of death. Since there were no indications of a struggle close to the body, the detectives were able to determine that the young woman passed away elsewhere. In the hopes that it would take a long time for someone to find her, the criminal apparently transferred her remains to the isolated desert landfill. The victim's back and arms had burn marks, which was another startling discovery. It suggested that the offender set the victim on fire in an attempt to get rid of the body or destroy any evidence. The police made a rapid connection between the body of a young lady they discovered and Katie's disappearance. Diane, Katie's mother, said of the body when her father visited the morgue to identify it. A few agonizing hours later, our worst fears were realized. There are no words to describe the agony, no way to express the pain. We fell into a deep black hole with no way out. There was no tomorrow. All joy was gone. In order to identify his cherished daughter, Katie's father had to visit the mortuary. He later told me that he knelt down and prayed to God to take him, as well as they peeled back the sheet, and he saw her lovely face twisted in agony and bruised. The people who lived in the formerly tranquil town of Las Cruces were afraid. Katie's experience was horrifying. Since there was no assurance that the offender would not conduct another crime, the police made every effort to apprehend them as quickly as possible. When the police started looking into Katie's case, their initial goal was to learn as much as they could about her final hours, including where she was, who she was with, what she was doing, whether she had any enemies, and whether she had argued with anyone. The house where Katie lived was roughly a mile away from the location of the party. The investigators first spoke with her roommate Veronica and her boyfriend Joe in order to determine whether or not she had arrived at her house. The fact that these two remained at the party while Katie went home by herself in the middle of the night appeared odd. Joe didn't seem interested in helping the cops. He said that Katie had departed, leaving behind her keys, phone, and purse. The investigators began examining Katie's path. In an attempt to gather hints, they interrogated the locals as they went from door to door. Unfortunately, though, it was ineffective. Nobody heard or saw anything. Based on one discovery, it was assumed that Katie arrived at her residence but never entered. She departed without her keys, in case you forgot. After looking throughout the property, the investigator discovered Katie's shoes outside her bedroom window. Someone apparently attacked her as she attempted to enter the residence through the window. This was further supported by footprints found in the gravel around the home. Although Katie battled for her life, the assailant ultimately proved to be more formidable. The investigators hypothesized that the offender transported Katie to the desert landfill and attempted to burn her after killing her. They began to wonder, was it someone she knew and trusted, or was it a complete stranger? There were maybe 40 people at the gathering. Perhaps Katie was attacked by someone who followed her home. Is this someone who might be her boyfriend? These were the questions the investigators sought to answer. After interviewing all of the guests, they learned one important element that Joe had forgotten to include. Katie reportedly witnessed Joe kissing another girl, according to many witnesses. They later witnessed them fighting. That's why Katie went home by herself and left her handbag behind. She wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible since she was upset. On the other hand, Joe made no mention of it during his initial police interview. Additionally, he kept it a secret from Katie's parents, who were curious as to why Katie had left that party unaccompanied. Joe was questioned once more by the investigators. Joe acknowledged that it was true when they told him that they knew he and Katie had argued because Katie had witnessed him kissing another female. He claims that he drove after Katie when she went home. Joe allegedly pulled up to her house, but he didn't enter. He thought she was already asleep when he noticed the light in her bedroom was off, so he went back to the party. As a result, Joe was not there at the party when Katie was attacked. When Joe returned, none of the people the detective spoke to could say for sure. He most likely had enough time to carry out the crime, transport Katie's corpse to the desert, and then head back to the celebration. After speaking with witnesses, the detectives learned of yet another odd detail. Joe went back to the party and began phoning Katie's cell phone, housed in her purse. When he heard Katie's phone ring, he located it. Even though Joe knew it was Katie's phone, he kept phoning her till dawn. Where did that come from? Perhaps he was attempting to give himself an excuse. Maybe he wanted to seem worried about his sweetheart. Joe didn't want to speak to the police anymore, but the detectives wanted him to explain his odd conduct. Joe did not even attend Katie's burial, which increased suspicion despite Katie's deep love for him. However, Joe's DNA sample was all that was required for the authorities to rule him out of the pool of possible suspects. 3 distinct locations on Katie's body had DNA samples, according to experts. It was mostly beneath her fingernails. The skin was human. The samples that were discovered on Katie's body were all from the same individual. There were issues with the police's plan to compare Joe's DNA with the DNA discovered on Katie's body. His parents hired a lawyer while Joe was out of town, and the lawyer told the investigators that Joe had declined to give a DNA sample. Given Joe's actions, it was obvious to everyone that he had a secret and was involved in Katie's demise. To verify this, the authorities had to figure out a legal way to get his DNA, which took time. Meanwhile, different versions were being considered by the investigators. They were investigating related instances to see whether Katie was the only victim of the person who killed her. When DNA samples discovered on her body were compared to a national database, no matches were identified. The investigators made the decision to go back to the party, which was the beginning of it all. All of the guys who were present at that party were identified, and they were requested to submit a DNA sample. Since none of the men had anything to conceal, they all agreed. But the DNA that was discovered on Katie's body did not match, which led the investigators back to Joe. The only person who declined to give his DNA was him. However, the detectives managed to obtain it in a different way. They discovered that Joe and Katie had made sexual contact in her bedroom before tending the party. The police were correct when they went to the residence and removed the sheet from Katie's bed in the hopes of finding Joe's DNA there. Although a male DNA sample was discovered by the lab, it did not correspond to the one discovered on Katie's body. It indicated that she had not been attacked by Joe. If he had nothing to do with his girlfriend's fate, why did he refuse to assist the police? Joe's attorney received the test results from the police. Joe made the decision to speak with the police once more and give a sample of his DNA after finding out that he had been taken off the list of suspects. The first conclusion, that Joe was not involved in this crime, was validated by the new test. When asked why he wouldn't help the police, Joe explained that he was worried they might find his DNA on Katie's body because he and Katie had had sexual contact prior to the party. The police and Katie's family were still unsure of Joe's actions the night of Katie's death. The police had to search for alternative versions when Joe was removed from the suspect list. Investigators were informed by a number of partygoers that Katie was wearing rings on her fingers that evening, including the one Joe had given her, but Katie's fingers had no rings on them when her body was found. The police thought the person who killed her had taken them away. They searched every pawn shop in the neighborhood but were unable to locate Katie's jewelry. Tire traces close to where Katie's body was discovered could also be a clue. The tire's model and brand were determined by the experts. Police were told by the manufacturer that these tires were typically found on pickup trucks. Sadly, it did not advance the search for the perpetrator, and the investigation came to a standstill. A year or so later, someone in Wisconsin committed a crime that was strikingly identical to Katie's experience. In Green Bay, a girl was attacked and subjected to the same treatment as Katie. Luckily, the sufferer survived despite being set on fire as well. She said to the police that the only reason she survived was because she feigned to be dead. She extinguished the fire and went to a neighboring house for assistance after the perpetrators had fled. She claimed that 2 Hispanic men had attacked her, but all the evidence in Katie's case pointed to just one individual. To verify or disprove the link between the 2 crimes, DNA analysis was required. The Wisconsin victim gave the authorities a detailed account of how the males who attacked her looked. One of the farmers identified Gregorio Morales and Juan Nieto, his employees, in the sketches when the Green Bay police released them. One of them frequently traveled to Las Cruces to visit relatives. Both males were taken into custody. The police who were looking into Katie's case thought they had finally identified the criminal, but the DNA analysis's findings showed otherwise. The DNA on Katie's body did not match the samples. These 2 men had nothing to do with the Katie case, but they were eventually found guilty of abusing a female in Green Bay. Morales received a 50-year sentence, and Nieto received a 70-year sentence. The detectives thus came to yet another dead end. Tire tracks from the crime scene and the offender's DNA samples were the only pieces of evidence the police had. The authorities had issues identifying the individual who killed their daughter, despite Katie's family's anticipation that DNA would help them identify the culprit. Taking a DNA sample from someone who had been apprehended by the police was illegal. Diane, Katie's mom, will put it the following: "Later, we had lost our daughter to a monster and we needed justice. We needed to know who had done this and why. But most of all, we needed to know that he would be stopped from doing this again." There were no real clues. The detective in charge of Katie's case told me that the only evidence they had was DNA. You see, Katie had fought so hard for her life that the blood and skin of her killer had been found underneath her fingernails. A DNA profile had been extracted and uploaded into the National Forensic Database called CODIS. Detective Jones explained that once a week, this evidence would be cross-referenced against the offender database to look for a match. This gave our family bright hope. We had the identity of our daughter's murderer. We just had to match it to a name. I casually said that this man was so monstrous that he would undoubtedly be caught for a new offense. We would identify him, apprehend him, and bring him to court when his cheek was swabbed and entered into the database. "Oh no, Diane, it doesn't work that way here in New Mexico, and in almost every other state. It's illegal to take DNA when someone is arrested." Detective Jones said that, and I must admit that I was taken aback. I was aware that fingerprints and a photo are taken of an individual upon arrest. However, was it unlawful to identify the horrible monsters who are pursuing and killing our children using the most precise and cutting-edge scientific instrument available? This case was interrupted on December 18, 2006, 3.5 years after Katie's passing. A DNA sample that matched the DNA on Katie's body was discovered by the lab. Gabriel Avila, age 26, was the man who assaulted Katie. He didn't know Katie and was a married father. In addition to his lengthy criminal history, he was freed from prison just before Katie died, on November 13, 2003, less than 3 months after killing her with brutality. After using a knife to break into the residence of 2 young women, Avila was taken into custody. The college roommates called 911 and locked themselves in the bathroom to prevent an attack. In March 2004, he was found guilty of aggravated burglary and with intent to conduct aggravated assault. However, the Albuquerque Journal claims that Avila fled when he was freed on bond. Due to a flaw in the system, Avila's involvement in Katie's death was finally discovered 3.5 years after the incident, even though he might have been arrested as soon as 3 months later. Before being caught, in November 2004 on a tip, the fugitive eluded law enforcement for almost a year. He received a 9-year prison sentence. Avila's DNA sample was collected while she was incarcerated, but it wasn't tested for another 2 years. Investigators moved swiftly to find the truck Avila used to dispose of Katie's body, after the results showed a partial match to DNA recovered from her crime scene. They discovered Katie's ring in the middle console. This instance demonstrated the necessity for systemic reform. If the police had obtained Avila's DNA sample at the time of his initial arrest, they may have nabbed him much sooner, saving them time and money during their 3-year search for the criminal. The fact that a sample of his DNA was examined in 2006, just 2 years later, is also unexpected. To speak with Avila, the investigators looking into Katie's case visited the prison. He admitted that he had committed this act after discovering Katie's ring in his pickup truck. He claimed that while his wife was away that evening, he was in the area purchasing illegal substances. He asked Katie if she needed a lift when he saw her. "No," she replied. Then, in front of her house, he saw her once more. Avila explained, "I stopped and asked her if she needed help. She goes, 'I just can't get into my house. I don't have my purse.'" Katie wanted to get into her bedroom through the window, but Avila attacked her and started undressing her, and you, of course, understand what happened after. After that, Avila didn't know what to do and decided to strangle Katie. He was afraid that she would identify him later. She put up a little bit of a fight, and for some reason, I decided I was going to strangle her. Had my hands around her, I locked and I couldn't let go, Avila said. Katie's body was then placed on the ground in a desert waste after he loaded her into his pickup vehicle. He was mistaken to believe that burning her body would eliminate all the evidence. When DNA evidence was discovered on Katie's body, a retake of Avila's DNA sample revealed a match. Her parents hoped it would result in a speedy investigation in 2003, but taking DNA after an arrest was forbidden in New Mexico and almost every other state. Only those convicted and imprisoned had their DNA added to the system. Katie's parents launched a national effort to have a law passed in each of the 50 states bearing their daughter's name, forcing anyone detained for a violent crime to provide a DNA sample. After that, the DNA would be included in the National CODIS database. Katie's bill was signed into law in March 2006 after passing the New Mexico state legislature with just 5 nay votes. It became federal law in 2010 as a result of Katie's parents' unwavering efforts, and more than 31 states now have laws that are comparable to Katie's law in New Mexico. According to Katie's father, David, his greatest worry was that Katie's killer would have to kill someone else. However, he may now relax about that fear. Opponents claim that this regulation violates civil rights and infringes on privacy. Others remark that DNA is very different from fingerprints in the U.S. because it carries sensitive genetic information. In the case of versus Poole, a federal district court affirmed that there is no constitutional infringement of the federal statute permitting the gathering of DNA samples prior to conviction for inclusion in the National DNA Database. The court explicitly said in its decision that the collecting does not constitute a Fourth Amendment infringement. In 2007, Gabriel Avila's trial got underway. Avila expressed regret to Katie's relatives. His attorney claimed Avila was sorry and asked the judge to be forgiving. Susana Martinez, the district attorney, contended that Avila did not confess until officers approached him with DNA evidence, more than 3 years after the murder. David, Katie's father, pleaded with the judge to impose a severe penalty during the sentencing hearing. He said, "We do not get another chance to see her in this life, and it is only right that the person who did this to her not get a chance to experience freedom again in his life." Gabriel Avila was convicted in May 2007 and given a 69-year jail term. He will serve 30 years of his sentence before being eligible for release in about 2043. Jan stated that although she is prepared to move on, there's no such thing as closure. "We've been healing. We've been going forward with our lives. We have 2 other incredible children we love so much," Jan added. In honor of their daughter, Jan also promised that she and her husband would keep pushing for the passage of Katie's law in each of the 50 states. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the 3rd largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like as industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who was 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Halstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Halstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Halstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky. As they played darts game after game, Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time, but owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfuss accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holstead's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holsted's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holsted spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spent 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holsted case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Dwayne, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Dwayne Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Dwayne might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Dwayne's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Dwayne's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Dwayne's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Dwayne. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Dwayne had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Dwayne's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Dwayne. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Dwayne were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Dwayne had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Dwayne and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Dwayne and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder, in which the two victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Dwayne had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Dwayne passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Dwayne. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Dwayne on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Dwayne. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Dwayne and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Dwayne's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Dwayne and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Dwayne back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Dwayne's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the two families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Dwayne and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Dwayne. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed two couples years after Dwayne and Patricia's deaths, was another possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Dwayne murder case, Detective Sergeant John Kenneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases. Thanks to this novel technique, they were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Dwayne, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952, at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home, and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Dwayne. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Dwayne, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Caneron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Dwayne's loved ones had already died, and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Dwayne and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 58-year-old Christy Marks, a successful, professional, and loving mother, walked out of her house on the evening of October 24, 2009, feeling hopeful. She was traveling to re-establish contact with her 20-year-old daughter Taylor, whom Christy had adopted years prior. Taylor had called earlier that day to beg Christy to come get her from the home of her boyfriend Brian. This request was an unanticipated favor, following a protracted period of hostility between them. Around 7:00 p.m., Christy arrived to Brian's residence. The Akron, Ohio area was notorious for its high crime rate and overall gloom. Christy parked her car, went to the door, and knocked in spite of her fears. When Taylor responded, Christy, unable to control her happiness, gave her a hug. There didn't appear to be any conflict between them. Brian soon followed, escorting the two women back to Christy's vehicle. Although the location itself made Christy uncomfortable, everything appeared regular to her. Things took a horrifying turn as they approached the automobile. Suddenly, a man with a knife came behind them. The assault was vicious and quick. Before Christy could protect herself, she was hit several times in the face and chest. Then she fell to the floor. After screaming, Taylor snatched up her phone and dialed 911. She can be heard begging for assistance on the recording of the call, stating that her mother had been attacked while Taylor was speaking with the dispatcher. She handed the phone to Brian, who gave their location and recounted the events, saying the assailant had run away. He spoke in an eerily serene tone, devoid of the intensity one might anticipate from someone who had just witnessed such a horrific incident. Paramedics showed up in a matter of minutes. Christy was critically ill, yet still alive. After being taken to the hospital, medical professionals put forth endless effort to save her life. Shortly after their arrival, Christy Marks was declared dead, despite their best attempts. Multiple stab wounds administered with frightening intensity at the scene were the main cause of death. Law enforcement immediately identified a number of irregularities. Near the scene of the attack, Christy's purse, which held her paperwork, cash, keys, and other belongings, was discovered undamaged. This particular feature ran counter to the usual heist pattern. A bloodied knife, which was thought to be the weapon used, was also found in bushes close by. These results cast doubt on the witnesses' testimonies and highlighted the prospect of more complex motivations for the crime. Taylor, the police started questioning everyone. Accounts from Brian and his friend Troy, who was inside the house when it was attacked, were conflicting and erratic. Taylor stated that she had only seen the attacker's outline, identifying a person dressed in a flannel shirt and red sneakers. Brian claimed that while battling the attacker, he attempted to step in and even got hurt. But Troy denied ever leaving the house and said he didn't see anything. Investigators soon had suspicions that none of them were telling the truth despite their assertions. Blood trails and the location of the weapon were among the evidence discovered at the scene that pointed to a staged crime. Authorities thought the incident was well planned rather than a chance occurrence. Detectives were under constant observation during the first night of the investigation, and they were left with one unanswered question. Who among those present knew the truth, and why would someone target Christy? On March 29, 1989, Taylor Marks was born. Immediately after her birth, her biological mother made the decision to place her in foster care, placing the child in the custody of the adoption system. Although Taylor was the only member of her original family placed in foster care, little is known about them other than the fact that she had at least one elder sibling. This was the start of a new chapter in her life, one that ultimately gave love and compassion despite its difficult beginning. A few months later, Bruce and Christy Marks welcomed Taylor into their family. Due to their inability to conceive, the couple had long wished to become parents. They knew Taylor was destined to be a member of their family the moment they laid eyes on her. The Marks family was financially secure at the time. Bruce was a senior employee of a large telecom business, and Christy, who was well known for her ability to stay organized, ran the home and supported their family. Taylor was surrounded by love from their huge and close-knit extended family. She was surrounded by supportive and caring relatives, including grandparents, aunts, uncles, and numerous cousins. Raising Taylor was very important to Bruce and Christy. She enrolled in dance courses, went to exclusive private schools, and engaged in other extracurricular activities. Opportunities that many of her peers did not have were abundant in her life. But Taylor had a special relationship with Bruce. Family friends said that Bruce was her hero. Dad always gave her what she wanted and supported her without conditions. However, she had a different relationship with Christy. Christy was more realistic, demanding, and severe. Although Taylor's early years were not significantly impacted by these disparities in parenting, tensions started to surface as she grew older. Taylor had growing parental supervision and expectations during her adolescence, which frequently led to arguments. Growing arguments were the backdrop against which the family dynamic started to erode. Christy and Bruce had marital problems that ultimately resulted in their divorce when Taylor was about 10 years old. Taylor claims that she was emotionally impacted by her parents' divorce. She believed that Christy started to vent her annoyances on her, which made their relationship even more strained. At the age of 13, Taylor's life took a significant turn in 2002. Bruce went into a diabetic coma and died unexpectedly. Taylor suffered a terrible loss at his passing, losing not just her father but also her most dependable emotional support system. Her grandfather, with whom she was also quite close, also died soon after. Taylor suffered severe emotional injuries as a result of these back-to-back defeats. Christy acquired a sizable estate, including a sizable chunk of money, after Bruce passed away. In the hopes that a change of scenery would give her and Taylor a new beginning, she utilized a portion of the money to buy a new house in Akron, Ohio. But Taylor's emotional condition was getting worse. She became more reclusive. Her disagreements with Christy grew more heated, and her academic performance declined. Although Christy made an effort to help her daughter, her strategies frequently came across as unduly restrictive. She made an effort to make up for Bruce's passing by giving Taylor material luxuries, frequently going above and above to meet all of her needs and more. The emotional bond between them, though, kept deteriorating. One day, Christy hoped, her daughter will assume responsibilities, complete her studies, and continue the family tradition. However, Taylor was uninterested in these ideas and preferred to fantasize rather than defying what she perceived to be imposed expectations. Taylor's desire for independence ran counter to her mother's expectations as she approached adolescence. Conflicts started to escalate after this, and they only became worse over time. For Taylor, her mother was a continual source of stress. Tensions increased with every year that went by. Christy made an effort to guide Taylor in the way she thought was best by enforcing stringent regulations. Her daughter's falling grades, lack of concentration in class, and seeming disregard for her future caused her to worry more and more. However, Taylor's urge to rebel was fueled by her perception that her mother was trying to control her life. The emotional distance between Taylor and Christy only grew as a result of her incessant criticism of Taylor's looks, wardrobe, and friend choices. The years in high school were especially difficult. Taylor started abusing her mother's rights after gaining access to them. She disregarded Christy's attempts to maintain discipline, preferring to hang out with friends over studying. Christy attempted a number of strategies to help her daughter, but they simply made the gap wider. Taylor's high school graduation in 2008 was a significant turning point. Taylor had little interest in going to college, even if Christy was eager to give her the money and the chance to go any college. Taylor finally enrolled at an Akron university after Christy encouraged him to at least try, but Taylor left for Christy after only 1 month of her first semester. This choice was a significant setback, signifying the widening gap between their aspirations for Taylor's future. Christy made the decision to adopt a more assertive stance after realizing that persuasion was failing. She threatened to leave the house unless Taylor found a job and began to support herself. In America, where young adults are urged to assume responsibility for their life once they reach maturity, this was a typical expectation. But Taylor interpreted her mother's remarks as cruelty and a threat rather than as inspiration, which exacerbated their disagreement. When Taylor met 21-year-old Brian Smith, who had a reputation as a bad kid, in May 2009, things became even more heated. Along with his mother and sister, Brian resided in a low-income area of the city. Taylor was immediately attracted to him because she saw in Brian an opportunity to break free from her mother's authority. However, some who knew Brian said he had a fiery temper and a need to control others in relationships. "Stop, Taylor." Christy was adamantly against the partnership. In addition to Brian's actions, she was worried about the impact he would have on her kid. Christy tried to keep Taylor away from Brian, even preventing him from visiting their house. But these acts just strengthened Taylor's determination. Soon after, Taylor left her mother's house, packed her things, and moved in with Brian. At first, their relationship appeared promising, but it didn't take long for Brian to start acting aggressively and controllingly. Thus, life with Brian was far from the perfect picture Taylor had envisioned. Taylor experienced control, envy, and angry outbursts frequently. Despite this, she refused to go back home because she believed that doing so would be an admission of failure. Christy was worried about her daughter and kept helping in the hopes that her daughter would learn from her mistakes. She kept in touch and bought necessities for Taylor. When Christy offered Taylor a lifeline, their tension reached a breaking point. She was allowed to return home as long as she found employment or went back to school. Christy went so far as to offer her more assistance, including a job at her company, an apartment, and a car. However, Taylor didn't seem really interested in these chances. She and Brian's turbulent relationship persisted, in spite of the growing difficulties. Christy clung to the hope that Taylor would eventually realize her mistakes. One day, she thought, her daughter would come home and be more responsible. Regretfully, this dream would never materialize, and the actions that would ultimately result in a fatal outcome were put in motion by the widening gap in their relationship, which was exacerbated over time. Taylor felt that her long-awaited liberation began when she moved into Brian's house, but that liberty soon gave way to a number of limitations. She had no idea what life with Brian would be like. He kept a close eye on every part of her life and enforced stringent standards. Taylor, who was used to a certain amount of ease and autonomy, was thrust into a situation where she was expected to do anything Brian asked of her. Brian quickly had complete control over Taylor. He kept a close eye on her whereabouts, checked her phone, and read her messages. Even her conversations with Christy became contentious. Taylor was persuaded by Brian that her mother was only attempting to control her and keep her from living her life as she saw fit. Christy kept reaching out, but his remarks widened the already widening gap between them. Taylor was in total seclusion in Brian's house, but she was determined to maintain communication. By presenting himself as the only one who genuinely understood her, Brian not only limited her social circle but also played with her emotions. He acted aggressively during arguments, threatening people and smashing things. Demands for complete fealty and continual reminders of her reliance on him frequently followed his tantrums. The fact that Brian's mother Tammy decided not to step in and essentially encouraged his actions made matters more problematic. By serving as a watcher while Brian wasn't present, his younger sister also contributed to keeping Taylor under control. Because of this, Taylor's every action was constantly watched. Another important element in Taylor's relationship with Brian was her financial connections to her mother. Brian was determined to keep things under control because he was aware of Christie's riches and Taylor's possible inheritance. He further strained their relationship by often reinforcing the notion that her mother was the cause of all her issues. Taylor started avoiding her mother as a result of Brian's influence, and even when Christie came to assist her daughter, Brian continued to act contemptuously and distantly. He insisted that they could manage things independently and dissuaded Taylor from accepting her mother's help. Christie persisted in providing for Taylor in spite of Brian's efforts, purchasing her essentials and pressing her to return home. The conflict between Taylor, Brian, and Christie had escalated to a breaking point by the summer of 2009. Taylor had lived with Brian for months and was now totally reliant on his influence. In the midst of growing aggressiveness and control, a concept emerged that at first glance appeared unrealistic, but quickly developed into a detailed strategy. Financial incentives, mutual discontent, and growing pressure all contributed to this notion. In order to obtain access to Christie's assets, it was intended to permanently remove her. For Taylor, this appeared to be a means of becoming financially independent and cutting the final links that bound her to her mother. It gave Brian the chance to firmly establish his dominance over Taylor and take advantage of her wealth to better his own situation. Within their close circle, the notion of committing a crime started to circulate. Troy Purdy, a 19-year-old buddy of Brian's who often came to their house, joined in on these conversations. Younger and more susceptible, Troy was viewed as a perfect fit for the scheme. At first, the discussions were presented as jokes or made-up situations, but they grew more somber over time. With meticulous attention to every detail, the planning process moved slowly forward. Brian and Taylor discussed ways to make the crime appear to be a random attack or robbery. They concluded that rather than indicating a planned crime, the evidence found at the scene should suggest an act of spontaneous hostility. Taylor and Brian were not directly involved in the incident because Troy was selected to perform the act. Troy's commitment to Brian served as the foundation for his involvement. He didn't dispute the strategy, and he respected Brian. Troy was promised $5,000 in exchange for his role. Taylor anticipated receiving this sum from her inheritance after the court proceedings were concluded. The weapon was chosen with particular care. Taylor claims that Tammy, Brian's mother, even bought a knife for the scheme, but it was later determined that its size and weight made it inappropriate. Finally, Troy took it upon himself to locate a suitable weapon. He picked a small, lightweight knife that was convenient to carry and hide. Studying Christie's routines was an essential component of the preparation process. They knew that Christie frequently came to see Taylor at Brian's residence, which left her susceptible because she typically arrived alone herself, thinking she was just picking up her daughter. This information was included in the plan. The attack was supposed to happen while Christie was leaving the house or close to her car when she arrived at the residence. Taylor took the last step to make sure everything went according to plan just before everything was put into action. She wanted to return home, so she called her mother and asked her to come get her. The purpose of this phone contact was to emotionally disarm Christie, allowing her to feel relieved and letting her guard down during the conversations. Taylor didn't hesitate. Troy claims that in addition to actively participating in the planning, she had a strong will to see it through to completion. Even though she and her mother had a tense relationship, this was an extreme move. Taylor used her desire to get away from her mother's control and years of bitterness as justifications for her engagement. While this was going on, Brian led the process and persuaded Taylor that this was the only way to solve her issues. Everything was prepared by the evening of October 24, 2009. Taylor stayed composed and concentrated, thinking that this was the best way to go, even though she knew the plan was progressing from theory to action. This day appeared to be the beginning of Christie and her daughter's reconciliation. It signaled what Taylor and Brian perceived as the start of a new phase in their lives. For Christy Marks, October 24, 2009 started off as an ordinary day but ended tragically. Taylor wanted to come home for Christy, she told her mother over the phone that night. This surprise call was a happy moment. She saw it as a chance to re-establish a relationship with her daughter after months of conflict. Unaware that she was entering a carefully orchestrated crime, she hastily packed her belongings, got into her car and drove to Brian's residence. Christy showed up at about 7:00 p.m. After parking close to the house, she made her way to the front door. It seemed as if this was the first step toward reconciliation as Taylor smiled and gave her a hug. Brian watched the event from behind as they left the house. Troy remained inside as intended, to avoid raising any red flags. Brian followed a little behind, as if escorting Christy and Taylor as they started toward the car. Everything changed in a second, even though it seemed like a typical interaction. The incident started abruptly and without warning when Troy came out of the home with the knife as the two women got closer to the car. Christy didn't have time to respond. Troy repeatedly hit her in the face and chest. She had little time to defend herself because the attack was so quick and vicious. After being stabbed more than 10 times, Christy collapsed to the ground. There was no robbery here. It was a deliberate act of violence with the goal of killing her. Taylor was standing close by, observing the assault. She later said that her fear of Troy was the reason she did nothing. Surveillance film that was later found, however, revealed no indications of panic or concern on her behalf. Brian likewise did nothing to stop Troy, claiming that his only responsibility was to safeguard the women. After the incident was ended, Taylor grabbed her phone and dialed 911. She pleaded for an ambulance to be sent right away, and her voice sounded stressed. But Brian quickly took over the phone and took on the coordinator's position, giving the dispatcher information about the location and the kind of help that was required. Law enforcement officials who subsequently analyzed the call were suspicious of his emotionless and composed voice. Troy left the knife in a nearby bush after finishing the attack and ran away. He later stated that his actions were motivated by mental turmoil, but the evidence indicated otherwise. After meticulous planning, Christy was taken to the hospital, but the medical staff was unable to rescue her. She died from several stab wounds that were clearly caused in a fit of rage after Christy Marks' untimely death. The inquiry got underway right away. Only a few minutes after the emergency services call, police showed up on the site. Doubt was quickly aroused by the evidence they discovered, which included a knife in the bushes, Christy's purse with everything she owned still in it, and the lack of any indications of robbery. The specifics did not fit the premise of a random attack. Questioning Taylor, Brian, and Troy was the first thing the detectives did. To exclude any possibility of collaboration, each were interviewed independently, but their explanations were erratic and unpersuasive. Inconsistencies in their statements were promptly discovered by the police. Surveillance footage taken close to the crime scene provided the crucial piece of evidence. Taylor and Brian were seen on camera standing close by when Troy assaulted Christy. Neither of them attempted to step in. These recordings turned out to be a pivotal moment. Equipped with this proof, investigators went back to question the suspects. Troy was the first to confess under the weight of the evidence. He said Taylor was the mastermind behind the plan and acknowledged that the attack had been planned. Troy claims that she had presented the concept to him and Brian, offering a monetary incentive from the estate she would inherit upon her mother's passing. Troy disclosed that he was in charge of carrying out the attack, while Brian was in charge of fabricating an alibi by making it seem like a robbery. Additionally, Troy said that he had purposefully caused minor injuries to Brian in order to add credibility to the fictitious situation. His admission totally refuted Taylor's earlier assertion that the attack was an isolated incident. Brian also changed his story after hearing Troy's confession. He confirmed Troy's claim that Taylor had started the scheme. Brian, however, denied taking part in the attack, saying that although he disapproved of it, he felt helpless to stop Taylor and Troy. Additionally, he maintained that he didn't know the entire strategy until the very last minute. However, this appeared to be an effort to minimize his role. Taylor first denied her involvement, despite growing evidence and accusations, but her account of what happened got more and more erratic. According to investigators, she started contradicting herself, and her actions indicated that she was trying to conceal the truth. Ultimately, as the evidence mounted, Taylor acknowledged talking to Brian and Troy about the plot. Numerous information that were discovered during the inquiry demonstrated how intentional the crime was. Everything was carefully planned by the players, including the weapon selection and the fabrication of injuries. Both Troy and Brian's stated money motivation turned into a key element of the prosecution's case. Taylor said that one of the main reasons behind her choice was her continuous disagreement with her mother. She did, however, assert that she had not expected the situation to worsen to such a horrible conclusion. Police had a complete picture of what had happened within 5 hours after the crime. In relation to Christy Marks's death, Troy Purdy, Brian Smith, and Taylor Marks were taken into custody and charged. However, this marked the end of the investigation's first phase. The court would decide their degrees of guilt and impose sentences, and the legal process was only getting started. In late 2009, the trial for Christy Marks's crime got underway. Because of the savagery of the crime and the involvement of those close to the victim, the defendants were under intense public scrutiny. A plethora of evidence, including camera recordings and witness statements, served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. The security film, which showed Taylor and Brian watching and doing nothing to stop the attack on Christy, was the strongest piece of evidence. Furthermore, a key component of the case was Troy's confession, which described the conspiracy and his involvement in the crime. Additionally, Taylor's phone was used by investigators to exhibit text messages in which she talked about her tense relationship with her mother and stated that she wanted to be free of her. Evidence of the sizable inheritance Taylor anticipated receiving following Christy's passing provided more credence for the financial motivation. It was disclosed during the trial that Christy has substantial assets, including as a business, real properties, and sizable savings. Taylor, Brian, and Troy's defense lawyers aimed to lessen their client's guilt. According to Taylor's defense, she was heavily influenced by Brian and lacked the independence to act on her own. According to her attorney, she was susceptible to manipulation because of the emotional instability brought on by the death of her father and the pressure from her mother. Brian, however, denied being directly involved in the crime. He didn't know about the plan until the attack happened, according to his lawyer, and Buka paralyzed him so he couldn't stop it. Troy tried to somewhat alter his story during the trial, stating that he was under pressure from Brian to do so, even though he had already confessed. Troy admitted his guilt and testified against the other defendants in exchange for a plea agreement with the prosecution. Instead of facing the death penalty, he was given a life sentence without the prospect of release. Taylor also entered a guilty plea after realizing how bleak her circumstances were. She made a heartfelt statement throughout the hearings, expressing regret for what she had done. She described how she became involved in the crime as a result of her disputes with her mother and Brian's influence. Prosecutors countered that she was intentionally and strategically involved. When faced with indisputable proof, Brian, on the other hand, finally acknowledged his role after first denying it. The court saw this as an attempt to minimize his responsibility, notwithstanding his insistence that his involvement was small and that he had not intended for the crime to occur. Taylor Marks and Brian Smith were convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy by the court in 2010. They were both given life sentences, without the chance of release. Although Taylor apologized for what she had done, her assertion that she had lost control was interpreted as an effort to lessen the severity of her punishment. Troy Purdy was also sentenced to life in prison as part of his plea agreement, but his actions while inside ultimately came to light. He was accused of having a weapon within the prison in 2015, which cast doubt on his capacity for change. The announcement of the penalties permanently altered the lives of all those engaged in the catastrophe. In addition to losing a mother, Christy Marks' family also lost a daughter who participated in her demise. The narrative turned into a sad lesson of how even the closest relationships may be destroyed by rash actions and personal disagreements. Taylor was committed to a women's penitentiary prison in Ohio and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. She avoided interacting with the media and other prisoners throughout her first few years behind bars. But in 2021, Taylor spoke about her case in an interview with a television show. Taylor acknowledged the seriousness of her acts during the interview, but she persisted in using her mental instability and her disagreement with her mother as excuses for her choices. Even though Taylor had previously apologized in court, she continued to criticize her mother, calling her harsh and unsupportive following the loss of her father. She added that she hoped to have her case evaluated and be given the opportunity to live freely in the future. Her remarks caused controversy since many people believed they showed a lack of sincere regret. Taylor currently works at the prison and takes part in rehabilitation programs during the day. Her professed repentance is still divisive. While some perceive her statements as an attempt to find purpose in life while incarcerated, others regard them as deceptive and manipulative. Brian received a life sentence in a high-secret jail as well. He has kept a low profile ever since being found guilty. He has not discussed his involvement in the crime in public or avoided interviews. Brian is known to be a challenging prisoner who frequently gets into arguments and acts aggressively, according to the staff. When it was revealed that he had gotten into a brawl with another prisoner in 2017, his name came up again. The event demonstrated that, despite his sentencing, his propensity for violent conduct had not changed. Brian, like Taylor, continues to serve as a reminder of the terrible consequences of not accepting responsibility and the destructive power one may wield over others. Despite his plea agreement, Troy, who was directly involved in the crime, was likewise sent to a high secretary prison, since his actions while incarcerated showed no signs of improvement. Although Troy's involvement in the crime was seen as the product of Brian and Taylor's manipulation, his readiness to deliver the lethal blows raised questions about his potential for rehabilitation, and he has hardly been discussed in the media since the occurrence. Christy Marks's friends and surviving family members continue to remember her. Following her passing, her senior care company was sold, and a portion of the money raised was given to organizations that assist victims of domestic abuse. Christy has frequently been characterized by her family and friends as a strong, kind woman who devoted her life to serving others. Even now, years after her passing, Christy's story serves as a reminder of the value of candid communication in families and the necessity of getting professional assistance when disputes get out of hand. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. What caused the beauty queen's life to be stolen? It is said that beauty is a strong force that can save the world, but regrettably, it does not always translate into happiness and can even cause problems. Gorgeous girls are constantly the focus of attention and typically have a large following. But in addition to admirers and customers, famous beauties and crowned beauty queens are surrounded by a large number of jealous people, well-wishers, and obsessive stalkers who sometimes act erratically. The terrible death of young Kimberly Oliveira became one of the most startling and impactful cases in South America. The girl who competed for the title of Miss Brazil and won other beauty pageants was cruelly and deceitfully deprived of her life. Her aspirations for popularity and recognition were drastically different from what the model had anticipated. People adored Kimberly's freshness and beauty, and her name did become well known outside of her home nation. Both the numerous heights she may have still attained and the horrible way she passed away in her prime period appalled them at the same time. Kimberly Oliveira was who? On February 26, 1998, Kimberly Karen Mota de Oliveira was born in the small, charming Brazilian town of Manacapuru, which is part of the state of Amazonas municipality of the same name. She grew up with her two younger brothers as the only daughter and eldest child in Nyla and Jose Oliveira's family. It might be claimed that the girl, who had Indian, Spanish, and Brazilian ancestry, won the genetic lottery. Her stunning appearance attracted the attention of everyone in her vicinity like a magnet. Kimberly was petite and feminine, with a brilliant smile, thick, opulent hair, and perfect skin. With both adults and peers comparing her to an angel, the beauty was accustomed to widespread attention, affection, and admiration. She loved swimming, participated in dancing and gymnastics from an early age, and was very particular about her looks and demeanor. She learned foreign languages, went to the theater frequently, read a lot, and did exceptionally well in school at the same time. Kimberly, who was already in her teens, started taking part in beauty pageants where she won prizes and posed for ads and clothing catalogs. Given that her mother, Nayla, was also a well-known beauty in her younger years and had won multiple titles, including Miss Manicure, she was certain in high school that she wanted to tie her life to the modeling industry. But after being married, Nayla gave up her modeling profession to support her family and raise their 3 kids. Kimberly enjoyed to pose in front of the camera and recognized her exceptional physical characteristics. She participated in exhibitions, was frequently featured in fashion magazines, and was formally crowned the most beautiful girl in her hometown. She was also a strong candidate for Miss Brazil and made it to the finals of the Miss Amazonas competition in 2017, ready to compete again. She might have advanced to renowned competitions like Miss World or Miss Universe if she had won. Oliveira was well aware, nevertheless, that charm and beauty were insufficient to prevail at this level. There, contestants are also assessed on their moral character, education, philanthropic endeavors, and other factors. Candidates for the title of Beauty Queen must also be free of criminal histories, legal troubles, and nude picture shoots. Kimberly avidly supported sports, good eating, and a healthy lifestyle on her social media sites. She also shared pictures from different photo shoots, talked about her life, and just engaged with her increasing fan base. Her page on a well-known social media platform reached tens of thousands of followers by 2019. The model wanted to inspire and motivate her followers by being a role model. She made the decision to go to college when she was 19 with the goal of becoming a dentist by enrolling in medical school. Kimberly relocated to Manaus, the capital and largest city, in order to accomplish this. Her maternal uncle Henry lived in the state of Amazonas. She went from a small, peaceful area to a large, busy city after passing the required tests and starting university, eventually relocating to her family home. Oliveira made friends, adjusted to her new surroundings fast, and managed to balance her education with involvement in various projects and sports commercial campaigns. Tenacious and crafty admirer. When Kimberly had free time between studying and picture assignments, she would typically hang out with her pals in different locations as a big group. A dashing young man called Rafael Fernandez Rodriguez approached Kimberly and her close friend as they were having a good time at a well-known club in the fall of 2019. He offered to buy Oliveira a beverage because he wanted to get to know her. The model, however, who was used to the increased attention and knew how to respond to such circumstances, graciously rejected, stating that she was not alone and that she didn't require anything. Rafael merely went after apologizing for the disruption. However, the girl was still unaware that the stranger had planned and choreographed the entire incident. In actuality, the man had been paying close attention to the young model on social media for a year or two, but he had never tried to get in touch with her until that day. He chose to appear to be seeing her for the first time and only want to meet her because he was familiar with the locations the beauty frequented. Rodriguez, who was 31 at the time, had just gotten divorced and was completely enamored with the prospect of meeting Kimberly and falling in love with her after reading on social media that the model had relocated to Manaus. He likewise relocated to the city, where he rented a large apartment in a posh residential complex and promptly secured a lucrative position in corporate law, thanks to his legal education. He then started carrying out his strategy, keeping a careful eye on Oliveira and waiting for the ideal opportunity to speak with her. Rafael made the decision to come out of hiding and began sending the girl private messages on social media, inviting her out on a date, following the failed attempt to meet at the nightclub. For several months, he also consistently liked and commented on every post the model made on her profile. Since she frequently found herself in similar circumstances, and this man didn't especially stand out, she ignored the obstinate follower and gave him no particular attention. In an attempt to win their friendship and trust, Rodriguez then modified his strategy and added Kimberly's friends, classmates, and even family to his list of acquaintances. This strategy worked, and he was able to get her phone number from a close friend. Then, the maniacal stalker started sending her messages on instant chat, proposing to meet up. The man examined the thing he admired, well, being aware of her preferences, travel habits, musical tastes, and so forth. He began going to training sessions outside, sometimes led by Oliveira herself, and it was only there that he was able to get her attention. After speaking for a while, they started phoning and contacting each other frequently on social media. Despite the fact that the two young people were about 10 years apart in age, Rafael was able to attract the girl's attention because he was well prepared. The man approached the girl with caution, attempting to court and please her in a lovely way without frightening her away or causing her to forget about him. His strategy was successful, and Kimberly and Raphael formally began dating in March 2020 after declaring their relationship. The passionate owner, the handsome and romantic man who tried his hardest to earn the beauty's love, showed his true nature. He immediately began tracking his sweetheart's every action as soon as they started dating, demanding to know where she went, who she spoke to, who messaged her, and everything else. At first, the girl even thought it was funny because she had never been restrained or managed before. But things became worse every day, and Raphael started acting more aggressively and invasively. He now made decisions over who Kimberly could block, who she could reply to, when she could go live, and which pictures she could share on social media. She soon became weary of this. They got into a heated dispute as he tried to establish personal limits the man couldn't breach. Rodriguez had to make amends and provide an apology. He offered the girl a big bouquet of flowers and invited her to a fancy restaurant. After every fight, he said this again. The man promised Olivera he would never leave him and provided her expensive presents or romantic dates at hip places to keep her from leaving him after he had followed her so long and relentlessly. Kimberly was complaining to her friends more and more about her partner, claiming that she was unable to move further without his consent. Even at the university, Raphael prohibited her from talking to men. He also stole her phone without her consent, reviewed her messages and calls, and then made a scene. At times, he became so enraged that the girl worried about her safety. Her friends acknowledged that this was unusual and suggested that she speak with the man seriously before leaving him before it was too late if nothing changed. Knowing that she would soon have a successful modeling profession, diploma, defense, international travel, fashion magazine photo shoots, popularity and recognition, Kimberly also realized she didn't want to live this way. She didn't want to sacrifice all for shaky relationships with an obsessive and unstable owner who tried to control, limit, and treat her like an object. Final judgment by the beginning of May 2020. Kimberly made the decision to end her relationship with Raphael after 2 arduous months, but she wasn't sure how to do it without making him angry. She waited for the ideal opportunity to break the news, but there was no longer any room for delay. Kimberly always spent Mother's Day with her mother, which was observed on May 10 in Brazil, but she was unable to visit her homeland to celebrate her mother because of the COVID-19 pandemic's restrictions in 2020. Rather, Kimberly shared a picture of them together, along with heartfelt words of appreciation and a heartfelt message. Nayla was receiving treatment at the hospital at the time following her cancer diagnosis. Kimberly and a few pals, including Raphael, went for a run at the park after posting. Everyone who saw the pair that day said they were having a lovely conversation and weren't fighting, and only her close friend was aware that the model had already decided she was going to split from her boyfriend that night. Kimberly called her uncle at midday and informed him that she would be spending the day with Gabriella, her best friend, but would go back home to sleep. She later called Henry once more, promising to return by midnight and requesting that he not lock the front door since she had forgotten her keys. While at her friend's house, Kimberly practiced what she was going to say to her boyfriend. She picked her words carefully to avoid offending him and causing any angry outbursts, and even though it was really tough, she finally seemed to have found the right delicate phrases and was prepared for the crucial conversation. Henry followed instructions and went to bed, completely trusting his niece in the evening. Raphael showed up at her friend's house in his brand new white Audi at around 9 o'clock in the evening. Kimberly said goodbye to Gabriella, smiled as she walked out to him, and sat down beside the driver in the passenger seat. Nobody ever saw the girl alive again, and the couple's disappearance was strange. When Henry awoke on the morning of May 11 and saw that his niece was not home, he got quite concerned. Kimberly always let him know when she would be coming back and if she was going to spend the night at a friend's house. Her phone was off when he tried to reach her. Gabriella informed him that Kimberly had gone out with her boyfriend and had not been in contact since. It was odd that Raphael didn't answer when Henry called him. The fact that the girl had never before skipped her university classes was quickly revealed. By midday, Henry went to the police to report the girl and her boyfriend's absence because he was certain that his niece was missing and that no one had seen her. The authorities, however, simply sneered at him, claiming that Olivera and her partner were adults who could travel anywhere they pleased without anybody knowing. The missing girl's pals and Henry started their own search. Raphael's flat was their first stop, but nobody answered the door. Additionally, his car was not in the parking space. Kimberly's loved ones knew she would never go missing without alerting anybody, even though everything suggested the two had actually gone somewhere together. In the evening, Henry informed his sister Nayla of the situation over the phone. He couldn't wait any longer because his relative, who was suffering from a serious illness, had been attempting to get in touch with her daughter all day and had a suspicion that something wasn't right. Since Kimberly avoided trouble, didn't maintain bad company, and didn't have any hazardous habits, he tried to reassure her that nothing negative could have occurred to her. Kimberly's pals started sharing her pictures on their social media profiles and in other groups. Give up inquiring about the whereabouts of the girl and her boyfriend Raphael. The teenage model was well known, so when word spread that she had vanished, thousands of followers joined the hunt. But that didn't work either. Unsettling finding in a locked apartment. The police didn't start investigating until May 12, almost 2 days after the pair vanished. Raphael's apartment was the subject of a search warrant, since it might hold information regarding the young people's location. However, everyone was astonished by what the authorities found when they broke through the locked door and entered the building. Sadly, there was nothing that could be done to save Kimberly, who was in one of the rooms. The young girl's lifeless body was covered with a sheet and lay on the bedroom floor in a big pool of her own blood. Additionally, the bed had multiple huge blood stains, and practically every room had blood smears and traces on the carpets and floor coverings. In order to prevent anyone from suspecting that a body was in the flat, the criminal clearly fled after realizing that his attempts to conceal the evidence were ineffective and turned the air conditioner on full blast to slow down the body's decomposition. 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck and 2 to the chest, were discovered on the victim's body by the forensic specialists. The huge kitchen knife that was used was found in the adjacent room, along with the criminal's unmistakable fingerprints and bloodstains. The offender simply threw it on the ground without making any attempt to remove it or remove any traces. The girl was probably attacked unexpectedly because there were no defensive wounds or indications of a struggle on her body. She was killed on the floor after being struck in the neck, severing her carotid artery, but it seems the attack took place on the bed. The owner of the residence was missing, along with his documents, bank cards, car keys, and a few personal belongings. The condition of the room suggested that he had departed quickly. Raphael was reclassified as the main suspect in the heinous crime, even though he had previously been listed as missing. However, where can we search for him, and is it possible that he has already left the country? Find the elusive perpetrator. The forensic analysis verified that the missing Rodriguez's fingerprints were on the crime weapon. Any lingering suspicions regarding the man's guilt were eliminated when it was discovered that the apartment was occupied solely by the criminal and the victim at the time of the incident. Police stations all around the state received alerts about Raphael right once, and social media was used extensively to spread the word that a dangerous criminal was being sought and to ask for any information regarding his whereabouts. The white Audi that the man was driving was also searched for. Detectives examined every report from watchful residents because they knew that every minute mattered. In the nearby state of Karakarui, a white Audi was discovered smashed in a ditch on the side of the road on May 13. It turned out that the suspect owned the vehicle. Raphael was seen speeding on surveillance footage. He apparently lost control. The vehicle went off the road and flipped over. The extent of the driver's injuries and his whereabouts were unknown, though. After an unsuccessful attempt to cross the border, there were rumors that he may have hitched a ride to the Venezuelan border and then fled there. It was quickly discovered that the individual hurt in the collision had, in fact, been taken to a nearby town by a passing vehicle. After removing nearly all of the funds from his account, Rodriguez took a taxi to the closest bank and then continued on to the border town of Boa Vista. He then made an attempt to flee prosecution by walking across the border into Venezuela. Luckily, limitations brought on by the deteriorating COVID-19 scenario prevented him from leaving the country. They wouldn't let the man pass. Detectives discovered that the suspect opted to hide in the forested area while waiting for the situation to calm down, instead of returning to Boa Vista, a city of around 300,000 people, and trying to blend in. The fugitive was located in a small hut deep in the forest, nearly hidden by the surroundings, after a few days of searching. But things didn't go as planned with the arrest. Men brandishing machetes, whom Rodriguez had hired from the local community for personal protection, and lavished them with cash, unexpectedly attacked the cops. Thankfully, there was no violence. The authorities warned the bodyguards that helping the criminal might have major legal repercussions for both them and Raphael, as they displayed their badges and indicated that they were there to capture a dangerous criminal. The authorities had all the proof of the primary suspect's guilt by the time he was taken into custody, so there was no use in disputing it. According to surveillance footage, Kimberly got into his car, drove to his house, and climbed up to his apartment. A few hours later, Rodriguez fled the site by himself. It's interesting to note that the couple seemed at ease, smiling and having a great conversation in every video. Raphael casually left the apartment without showing signs of fear, regret, or guilt. The suspect gave a pretty odd account of what happened that day, but he acknowledged his guilt under the weight of the evidence. He claims that after deciding to enjoy a romantic evening, he and his sweetheart went to his place and shared private moments. After that, Raphael decided to examine Kimberly's phone while she was taking a shower and discovered that she had been conversing with other men on social media. Before he confronted her about it, he went to the kitchen and took a big knife and concealed it behind a pillow. He said he merely intended to frighten her in case she tried to trick him, not to hurt her. Raphael began grilling Oliveira about who she was speaking to as soon as she lay on the bed after taking a shower. "I'm not talking to any men," the girl responded with a simple smile. Rodriguez was furious about this. He became aware that his sweetheart was making fun of him and lying. Reaching for the knife, he swiftly struck her heart twice. Without having time to comprehend or fight back, the victim tumbled from the bed onto the floor, where the assailant struck her neck twice more, killing her. Raphael tried to hide the evidence after realizing what he had done, but he soon realized it was pointless. He just covered the body with a sheet and turned the air conditioner on full blast to make the room as chilly as possible, slowing the decomposition process, because he couldn't remove the body from the apartment undetected, and the suspicion would still be on him. Witness statements. Gabriella, Kimberly's closest friend, gave a witness statement in which she gave an entirely different account of what happened. That night, she said, Kimberly had finally made the decision to quit her relationship with her violent and mentally ill partner. Knowing that one incorrect word could make Raphael furious, she had taken her time crafting her response. Knowing that Kimberly's behaviors were always unexpected, Gabriella argued that Kimberly would never have joked about messaging other guys or been intimate with a man she intended to leave. Rodriguez's ex-wife, another witness, attested to his cruelty and his unpredictable outbursts of rage that affected everyone in his vicinity. Their divorce was primarily caused by his hostility. Raphael's mother, Fatima, was his sole advocate, claiming that he was a wonderful man who never intended to hurt anyone. She blamed her boy's immorality on Kimberly, her ex-daughter-in-law, and everyone else. After the trial, Rodriguez's father realized what a monster he had created, but he did not survive to witness the sentencing. By standing in front of a train, the old guy decided to take his own life. His widow maintained that it was an accident, claiming that her husband fell onto the rails by accident after feeling ill. The surveillance footage, however, unequivocally demonstrated otherwise. By obtaining fresh psychiatric assessments, the defendant's legal team continually postponed the case and promoted the narrative of his insanity. Raphael was ultimately found to be competent to face trial for his horrible deed. Almost a year and a half after the heinous incident, the trial started in October 2021, Raphael was given a remarkably light sentence of just 14 years in prison, which was later lowered by another year, despite the overwhelming proof of his guilt. The defense's successful claim that their client committed the crime while in a rage was the reason for this result. As a result, he was given a much lower sentence rather than life in jail. Nyla Oliveira, Kimberly's mother, died on October 28, the day of the sentencing, following a protracted fight with cancer. From her hospital bed, where she was in critical condition, she had watched every court session via video call. Her heart stopped a few hours after the verdict was declared. In less than a year and a half, the Oliveira family lost two members they loved, their beloved sister and daughter, then their mother and devoted wife. Since her son was the only close relative she had left following her husband's passing, Rodriguez's mother resolved to wait for him to be released from prison. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragør lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kim Wall vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kim Wall's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kim Wall passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, His search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990, but he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about 200,000 US. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvest prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present, it seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Jermell Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Jermell's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Jermell's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Jermell was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Jermell made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Jermell's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Jermell's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Jermell. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Jermell was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Jermell was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Jermell's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Jermell's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Jermel's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Jermel's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Jermel Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Jermel after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Jermel already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Jermel was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Jermel started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons, despite his difficult past. His new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Jermel tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Jermel Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Jermel out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Jermel's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Jermel. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m. when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Jermel's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Jermel, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Jermell Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Jermell was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Jermell, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Jermell had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermell would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermell choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermell. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermell. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermell's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010 due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather, Jermell Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermell's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermell from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death? This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermell. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermell might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or child protective services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann. Wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermell, some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zamatis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Jermell Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months or life. Some of Jermell's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermell's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermell's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the Youth Home Educational Program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zamatis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Jermell Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermell's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A truck driver pulled over to the shoulder of National Route A48 near Bridgend, South Wales on April 6, 2009, barely yards from the highway at the foot of a small valley. He saw an old luggage half hidden by the tall grass. He was intrigued by the suitcase's peculiar shape and positioning. He decided to check it out and was appalled to discover a human hand when he unzipped the bag. The motorist was shocked by the finding and called emergency services right away. On June 19, 1984, Kirsty Wilkinson was born in Coventry, England. 2 children were already being raised by her parents, Catherine and David Wilkinson. The family, including Kirsty's elder sisters, Sonia and Haley, had a close-knit environment that made everyone feel loved and supported. Kirsty and Catherine had a particularly cordial and trustworthy friendship. The family relocated to Bridge End, South Wales when Kirsty became 14. This was a pivotal moment in her life. Her teenage years coincided with the move, and her new school presented additional social and emotional difficulties. Kirsty immediately attracted notice for her attractive beauty and self-assured manner. She started dreaming of a modeling career after being inspired by celebrities she saw in publications. She pictured herself enmeshed in the fashion industry, surrounded by flashes from cameras and the spotlight. The reality, however, was more difficult. Because of the fierce competition in the modeling field, Kirsty found it difficult to launch a successful career. Her only source of income was the occasional amateur picture shoot, which provided little consistency. Kirsty, nevertheless, shone a strong feeling of independence by working a variety of part-time jobs. She avoided depending on her parents for financial support by working as a server, cashier, and even housekeeper from an early age. At the age of 17, Kirsty's situation drastically changed. She had to start working at a Bridge End institution that was well known for its nightlife and adult entertainment due to her growing expenses. For Kirsty, this was more of a need than a choice. Fearing their disapproval, she concealed this part of her life from her family. She told her mother and sisters that she was an administrator at a nearby company. Kirsty attempted to keep this aspect of her life apart from the rest of her life by using the pseudonym Megan to conceal her identity. There were substantial financial advantages to her new position. She was able to pay for personal needs, save a portion of her income, and acquire her own apartment. Kirsty was not proud of her job, though. She battled feelings of humiliation and internal conflict, and she was constantly afraid of being seen. She yearned for a means to move on from that phase of her life and begin over. Kirsty remained connected to her family despite her clandestine work. Unaware of the true cause of her financial independence, her parents viewed her as responsible and goal-oriented. Kirsty persisted in fabricating the appearance of a steady and typical life, hoping that she would eventually be able to abandon her double life and follow her childhood aspirations of stability and normalcy. Paul Grab was born in South Wales in 1983. His early years were characterized by ongoing disputes and unstable finances. Paul felt unwelcome from a young age because his parents were constantly fighting and regularly neglected their son. Paul exhibited problematic conduct, frequently missing school and arguing with students and teachers. His parents tried unsuccessfully to reprimand him because of his subpar academic achievement. Paul started acting more aggressively by the time he was a teenager. He was openly disrespectful to professors and often got into confrontations. But he eventually dropped out of school, leaving his education unfinished as his reputation at school deteriorated. Paul became interested in illegal substances about this time. His initial experiments with moderate narcotics gradually progressed to more serious addictions, which made him more hostile and alone. Paul began working in escort services when he was 18 in order to pay for his vices. He was willing to work for both men and women. Although it was risky, this line of employment became his main source of revenue. Paul experienced humiliation, violence, and threats, which fueled his rage and feeling of unfairness. He was also drawn into the criminal underworld by this path, where he made contacts that allowed him to carry on with his destructive way of life. One significant instance of Paul's increasingly antagonistic behavior was a fight with a neighbor, whom he accused of causing damage to his vehicle. The woman was forced to leave the neighborhood after Paul threatened her and even attacked her with a bat. Because of the frequent occurrence of such instances, many members of his community shunned him. He was leading a lonely and disorderly life by the time he met Kirsty in 2004. Escort work, drug abuse, and an inclination toward violence had taken center stage in his life. His manipulative habits and problems controlling his wrath frequently hurt others around him. Kirsty had no idea how his tumultuous background would have a devastating impact on her own life when she first met Paul. Paul Gravitt and Kirsty Wilkinson met in 2004 while attending a party in one of Bridgeton's nightclubs. Both Kirsty and Paul, who were 20 and 21 years old respectively, were going through difficult times. Kirsty was still employed at a place, while Paul was heavily addicted to drugs and relied on sporadic revenue from escort services. She kept secrets from her family. Mutual attraction served as the foundation for the bond that grew between them in spite of their differences. Their initial encounter was entirely fortuitous. They were introduced by mutual acquaintances during the boisterous party. Paul's self-assurance drew Kirsty in, and her attractiveness and endearing grin enthralled him. Although they spent the evening together, no meaningful commitments were made. They didn't have a close relationship after that night, although they did communicate periodically. For Kirsty, it was only a brief phase in her life that held no hope of lasting change. 3 years after their first meeting, their relationship was revived at the end of 2007. Unusual circumstances led to Paul, a client, visiting the same place where Kirsty worked. Paul recognized her and went to talk to her, even though she was using her pseudonym Megan. It started off awkwardly but quickly became a comfortable conversation. Paul proposed they get together outside of work and that he had been thinking about her a lot since they first met. Their relationship started to grow quickly after that. They began to spend more time together, sharing personal tales and taking walks. Kirsty, who had concealed her work life from her loved ones, found in Paul someone who appeared to comprehend and accept her without passing judgment. Paul, on the other hand, concealed the problematic elements of his past by projecting charm and confidence. Soon after, Kirsty began to think that Paul might be her prince, someone who might help her change her life. His desire to change his life and settle down to establish a family impressed her. She believed they had a common understanding, which gave her hope that things might become better in her life. Paul deftly fueled this romantic illusion by frequently bragging about his purported accomplishments, which included previous positions as a race car driver, mechanic, and even a dancer. But even though their relationship seemed harmonious on the surface, it was based on lies. Paul was aware of Kirsty's occupation from the beginning, but he kept his true intentions from her. She was not only a possible love interest, but also a source of financial security. However, Kirsty started confiding in Paul more than she had in anybody else because she believed that their relationship was genuine. A few weeks after getting back in touch with Paul, Kirsty stunned her mother Catherine by announcing her engagement in December 2007. Kirsty claimed that Paul had asked her to marry him and she had accepted without question. In spite of her secret existence, Kirsty felt she had discovered the guy of her dreams, someone who would accept her for who she was. Her family was completely unaware of Paul's existence, so they were all taken aback by the news. Catherine voiced her worries right away. She believed Kirsty didn't know Paul well enough and that the relationship was progressing too soon. In order to give her daughter more time to comprehend Paul's personality and goals, she advised her to postpone the wedding. Kirsty insisted on delaying the ceremony for at least a few months, despite Catherine's suggestion. 5 weeks after announcing their engagement, she and Paul had already decided on a date in February 2008. The family's initial encounter with Paul only made their worries worse. He left a bad impression when Kirsty took him home. Paul was unkempt, wore informal clothing, and showed a marked lack of deference when interacting with Kirsty's parents. Red flags were triggered by his life stories. None of his claims that he had experience as a mechanic, race car driver, or even a dancer could be verified. Paul seemed to exaggerate his accomplishments in an attempt to impress them, but his manner and tone made Kirsty's family uncomfortable. Kirsty's parents, David and Catherine, attempted to talk her out of becoming involved too soon. They noted that their connection was moving too fast and that Paul didn't appear trustworthy. Sonia, Kirsty's older sister, expressed her worries as well, saying that Paul seemed manipulating. She was convinced that Paul was her only hope for a happy future, even if they tried to persuade her otherwise. From an early age, Kirsty had always been romantic and dreamy. She had big plans for a wedding and a big family. She felt empty from her previous way of life and believed that marrying Paul would start a new chapter in her life. She disregarded all the cautions since she was determined to pursue her ambition. She even persuaded herself that her loved ones were just unable of comprehending her emotions. Kirsty's family decided to support her on her wedding day, in spite of their misgivings. The event was held in February of 2008. Her sisters and parents were there, but their grins belied their discomfort. In contrast, Paul seemed delighted and assured. Although it was the day Kirsty's wishes came true, her family saw it as the beginning of her increasing alienation. They believed she was ignoring the alarming indicators that would eventually have disastrous results. Kirsty and Paul started their life together at her Bridge End apartment, following their February 2008 wedding. Paul established his own regulations right away, which swiftly developed into total authority. Without consulting Kirsty, he moved into her house and took over her finances right away. Paul demanded access to her bank account, saying it was essential to better manage their finances. Kirsty didn't protest, fully engrossed in her love vision. It quickly became clear that Paul had no desire to improve their mutual well-being. He didn't try to get a job and stayed at home most of the time, while Kirsty kept working to provide for them both. With addition, Paul started meddling with her work life. He advised her to take on additional clients in order to boost their revenue, rather than discouraging her work. Without considering Kirsty's feelings or welfare, he saw this as a means of paying their mounting bills. Paul had power over more than just words. Under the pretense of protecting her, he started going to work with Kirsty to keep an eye on her schedule and make sure she complied with his requests. He gradually began using the internet to find her new customers. Paul advertised Kirsty's services by creating numerous accounts on different platforms. Her workload thus increased in difficulty. She began meeting clients at home in addition to working shifts at the company. Kirsty soon found herself in a scenario that was emotionally damaging. She had always envisioned quitting her job, beginning a new life, and raising a family. But under Paul's influence, those aspirations appeared unreachable. Paul persuaded her that this was the best way to preserve their relationship and financial security, even if she was reluctant to continue. He used her love for him and her sense of duty as leverage. Paul had authority over more than just money. He also started meddling with her private affairs. He examined her phone, demanded answers for everything she did, and prohibited her from talking to certain of her friends. He maintained that their relationship was negatively impacted by a few of them. Over time, Kirsty found herself alone, with no one to confide in or support. Paul's efforts to erode Kirsty's trust were among the first indications of his manipulative tendencies. He made remarks about how she looked, highlighting what he saw as her shortcomings, and he gave her the impression that she couldn't be successful without him. She became more and more reliant on him as a result of these comments, which damaged her sense of self. Kirsty's sense of insecurity was exacerbated by Paul's severe mood swings, which ranged from kindness and concern to annoyance and aggressiveness. Paul's assertiveness increased over time. Under the guise of varying their relationship, he started bringing people into their private lives. Despite Kirsty's strong opposition to this notion, she reluctantly accepted in order to prevent strife. But these circumstances just made her inner agony worse. She started to feel as if she no longer owned her life or her body. Kirsty made an effort to keep up the illusion of a typical family life, but she was overcome with anxiety and uncertainty on the inside. Paul completely ignored her needs and feelings as he maintained his domination. She kept a journal in which she often wrote down her thoughts, but she was not strong enough to resist Paul's increasing dominance. She had to constantly fight to maintain what little independence she still had, while dealing with Paul's incessant pressure and manipulation. Paul's domineering actions gradually turned into outright hostility. A few months after the wedding, the first physical altercations had place. One night, Paul got into a fight with Kirsty because she hadn't made enough money, and he ended up pushing and hitting her in Kirsty's place. Although it was a startling event, Paul immediately expressed regret and vowed that it would never occur again, but his excuses were only short-lived. These episodes quickly got more frequent and more severe. Paul started acting aggressively to subdue Kirsty's will. He would go from threats to physical acts when she didn't comply with his demands. When Kirsty tried to express her wish to quit her employment at the establishment, for example, Paul angrily interrupted her, called her ungrateful, and then hit her. He increased his exertion, further limiting her autonomy into decision-making. Catherine, Kirsty's mom, started to suspect that her daughter was not happy in her marriage. She made an effort to speak openly with her, but Kirsty either sidestepped the subject or changed the subject, recognizing danger. Paul might seriously jeopardize her safety. Catherine cautioned her, but Kirsty brushed these worries aside, believing that with patience she could make things better. Although Kirsty's inner misgivings increased, she held on to the notion that things may get better. According to her journal entries, She was aware of how toxic her marriage was, but she was afraid of what might happen and lacked the courage to leave. She was stuck in a relationship that was gradually undermining her sense of self because of guilt feelings and her psychological reliance on Paul. Kirsty and Paul made the decision to go out with friends to a Swansea nightclub on March 28, 2009. As was not unusual for them, they drank wine and other narcotics throughout the night. Witnesses reported that the pair experienced tense periods that occasionally resulted in disputes. While Kirsty seemed to be avoiding confrontation, Paul seemed agitated. After a furious disagreement at midnight, Paul left the party and went home by himself, leaving Kirsty and their friends. Kirsty chose to stay and spend the rest of the evening with her friends rather than immediately following him. They then reported that she seemed worn out and depressed, but made an effort to hide her feelings. Kirsty hired a cab late that evening to drive her home. Later, the cabbie said that after dropping her off at the residence, she entered with assurance. She was last seen alive at this point. Paul informed Kirsty's mother, Catherine, the next day that his wife had departed early that morning, purportedly taking money and some possessions. He said he was asleep and hadn't heard anything. Kirsty might have gone to visit another man, Paul added, since Kirsty had left her personal belongings and bank cards behind, a strange move for someone preparing to start over. Catherine thought his explanation was fishy. When it was discovered that Kirsty had tried to call emergency services throughout the night but the call was dropped because of a weak signal, another troubling detail emerged. Police later learned that neighbors claimed to have heard muffled screams and the sounds of a struggle about the time Kirsty supposedly left. Her relatives and investigators suspected foul play because of these characteristics and the absence of evidence indicating she went voluntarily. The police started an inquiry as soon as Kirsty was reported missing. Her husband, Paul Grab, was the main suspect. Paul stated that he had been asleep during the night and discovered the following morning that Kirsty had grabbed a few items and gone, as his actions had caused alarm from the beginning. His account of what happened, however, was not consistent with the facts. Kirsty had left behind her bank cards and other significant personal belongings, which ran counter to the notion that she had departed on purpose. When police first searched their house, they discovered some unusual modifications. The carpet that had been in the living room was gone, and a portion of the ceiling had recently been painted. Kirsty had wanted to redecorate, according to Paul's explanation, but that didn't seem reasonable. During the night, neighbors reported hearing muffled cries, sounds of a fight, and a bang that sounded like the movement of a heavy object. At the time, no one called the police, figuring it was simply a domestic dispute. Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services the night she vanished provided a vital clue. Although investigators concluded that the call was cut off, the fact that she attempted to contact for assistance indicated that she was in danger. This increased suspicions of Paul's involvement even more, as did the neighbors' statements. The investigation took a sad turn on April 6, 2009. A suitcase was discovered in a roadside ditch by a truck driver who had stopped on the shoulder of the A48 close to Bridgend. He was drawn to the item's peculiar appearance. He found a human hand when he opened the suitcase. He called the police right away, horrified. Officers discovered a woman's body inside the suitcase when they got there. Kirsty Wilkinson was later identified by experts as the victim. Kirsty had been seriously injured according to a physical examination. She had multiple bruises and scratches on her body, and her jaw and nose were shattered. She passed away as a result of a traumatic brain injury brought on by many head injuries. She also had evidence of strangulation, which suggests that someone tried to suffocate her during the fight before being abandoned in the ditch. Investigators discovered that her body had been transported from another area. Paul was taken into custody by authorities that same day. He denied any involvement during questioning, saying he was unaware of Kirsty's movements after she departed, but his tense manner suggested that he was not involved at all. Additionally, investigators found that Paul attended a massage parlor and took out cash using Kirsty's bank card the day after she vanished, all of which seemed extremely suspect given the circumstances. The terrible chronology of the crime was made clear by forensic evidence and testimonies. A dispute between Kirsty and Paul occurred the night before she vanished. Paul assaulted her, trying to choke her and hitting her several times. Paul brought Kirsty's body to the living room after she passed away, and he struggled to pack it in a bag because of how big she was. Without the required equipment, Paul gave up on his initial plan to dismember it. Finally, he pushed her body into the suitcase and carried it to a ditch on the side of the road, where he dumped it. Later, bloodstains were discovered in Kirsty's house, which Paul had attempted in vain to clean. Splatter marks on the ceiling were found to be hidden by paint stains. Together with witness statements and Paul's actions, these pieces of evidence proved to be essential in establishing his guilt. The charges against Paul were strengthened by Kirsty's journal entries, which also showed her dread of him and her wish to flee. Early in 2010, Paul Grabbitt's trial got underway. Based on police-gathered evidence and witness accounts, prosecutors provided a thorough chronology of the events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the bloodstains in the living room, which Paul tried to hide by removing the carpet and repainting the ceiling. The blood matched Kirsty's, according to forensic specialists, and suggested a severe altercation. Severe aggression was seen in her physical injuries. Neighbors and other witnesses claimed to have heard muffled cries coming from the residence and the sounds of a struggle. A cab driver acknowledged that he dropped Kirsty off at her house the night she vanished, just before she passed away. Records of Kirsty's unsuccessful attempt to contact emergency services owing to a bad signal were produced by the police. Paul's use of Kirsty's bank card for purchases, such as cash withdrawals and visits to a massage parlor following her passing, was another crucial piece of evidence. Kirsty's journal entries were read out loud during the trial. She talked about how she was afraid of Paul because of his aggressiveness and cunning. These documents depicted a life of financial exploitation, intimidation, and control. The prosecution focused on how Paul controlled Kirsty's life while ignoring her security and welfare. Paul denied any misconduct, asserting that Kirsty left their house on her own volition and implying that an unidentified someone was responsible for her passing. Evidence and witness accounts, however, refuted his story. Investigators also discovered that Paul had tried to portray himself as a laid-back husband by claiming that Kirsty had cheated on him with another man. Paul was found guilty of the crime by the jury following a protracted trial. The judge emphasized Paul's total lack of regret, the act's extraordinary cruelty, and its self-serving motivations. Paul Grabbitt was given a life sentence with a minimum of 19 years in prison on February 4, 2010. Kirsty's family was somewhat relieved by the sentence, but it was insufficient to make up for their terrible loss. Kirsty's family was unaware of certain aspects of her life until the trial. They felt that they could have saved themselves from the disaster, and they were overcome with anguish and shame. In addition to marking the end of the case, the hearing served as a sobering reminder of the destructive power of dysfunctional relationships and control. The Wilkinson family suffered severe emotional and psychological damage following Kirsty's passing. Catherine, her mother, battled a persistent sense of guilt. All of the cautions she had given Kirsty, the statements her daughter had disregarded, and her instinct that Paul posed a threat to her were all repeated in her thoughts. She was overcome by these ideas, which made the loss much more painful. David, Kirsty's father, became reclusive and avoided talking about the catastrophe. Their family's cohesiveness was destroyed when they lost their youngest daughter. Haley, Kirsty's older sister, was deeply impacted by her passing. Since the two had always been close, Haley found it difficult to fill the vacuum created by the loss. Haley tried to numb the pain by drinking because she was unable to handle the mounting weight of her depression and powerlessness. Haley died at the age of 31 from alcohol poisoning 5 years after Kirsty did. Kirsty's other sister, Sonia, lost yet another daughter as a result of this second tragedy, which dealt the Wilkinson family yet another painful blow. The tragedy served as a sobering reminder of how crucial it is to keep loved ones safe. Despite her own profound sadness, she made an effort to help her parents. No verdict or punishment could mend the wound that the Wilkinson family was left with. Their lives were ruined by the tragedy, which left a scar they would never be able to shake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation? and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies. The multi-millionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multimillionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior, school first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future. But when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, the pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200, 0 cents, for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before, but Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000, 0 cents, to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000 a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, she further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, it was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together with her friend, who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes, was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.